Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to qualifying day here at Monza for the 2022 Italian Grand Prix. I hope you're all doing well ahead of what's going to be a messy qualifying day at Monza. And the reason I say that is because we are expecting, we already have confirmed quite a few drivers who have a grid penalty for this weekend's Grand Prix, but we're expecting probably 2 or 3 more drivers to be added to that list. So we could have half the grid taking a grid penalty for this weekend's Italian Grand Prix, reminiscent of the race here in I think 2017, where we had I think at least half the field taking a grid penalty, if not most of the field taking a grid penalty that weekend at Monza. So yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out, but obviously first, in about 10.5 minutes time, we'll get into practice 3 itself. And then once practice 3 finishes, we'll do a couple hours of build up to qualifying. And qualifying does begin in 3 hours and 10 minutes from now. And then obviously I'll cover that session as well. Hopefully all you guys are doing well, no matter what time it is in your part of the world, no matter what part of the world you're from. Hopefully you're all having as best a day as possible. I just want to quickly say, apologies that I did go live slightly later than 11:45 AM UK time, my time. I noticed that the thumbnail was the incorrect one. It was actually the thumbnail I used from the Dutch Grand Prix. So I made sure to just quickly change that to the correct one. So yeah, sorry about that. And also, a bit of a mad scramble before the stream started, because it was announced about 15 minutes before basically I started here that at Williams, there has been a driver change for the rest of the weekend. Alexander Albon is out of the rest of the weekend with appendicitis, meaning that Nick De Vries will take over Alex Albon's seat for the rest of the weekend. Obviously, De Vries drove for Aston Martin in practice 1, so at least De Vries has some sort of experience around this track for this weekend in these type of cars, and we'll see how he gets on in the Williams. But that's a shame for Albon, because he was looking very competitive. He was probably going to be starting inside the top 10 for this weekend's race, given the the penalty situation. So yeah, it's a big shame there, but it does happen, unfortunately. I remember when Valtteri Bottas missed a Grand Prix, I think Australia 2015, missed a Grand Prix despite doing qualifying. I think with the same type of issue. So yeah, it does happen. And with the area of the body where he's suffering with at the minute, Alex Albon, obviously that is under quite a bit of stress when driving a Formula 1 car, and is currently with his appendicitis, he's currently in hospital apparently. So hopefully he does get well soon, and we'll be back for the Singapore Grand Prix, which is in, 3 weeks from now. So yeah, shame to hear that about Alex Albon, but let's now get into, before we get into practice 3 itself, let's get into the results of the 2 practice sessions that have already happened this weekend, so you guys can get an idea of the type of pace of the teams so far this weekend. So in practice 1, it was a Ferrari 1-2, Charles Leclerc first, Carlos Sainz second, and then a Mercedes 3 and 4, very surprisingly. George Russell 3rd, Lewis Hamilton 4th. Max Verstappen was 5th, even though he was blocked massively on a lap that would have seen him gone a bit quicker than his best time there of a 1:22.8. Esteban Ocon P6, and then it was Alonso P7, Tsunoda 8th, Bottas 9th, and Ricciardo 10th. And then the rest of the field was Albon, Zhou, Gasly, Perez, Stroll, Norris, Magnussen, Giovinazzi, De Vries, and Latifi in the first practice session. Then in practice 2, Ferrari still ended up on top. Carlos Sainz quickest, even though he will be starting Carlos from the back of the field, or pretty much the back of the field, in this weekend's Grand Prix. Max Verstappen second. Max Verstappen has a 5-place grid penalty for a new ICE, so his grid penalty is not absolutely massive, but it is still a grid penalty nonetheless. Charles Leclerc finished up in 3rd. He doesn't have a grid penalty. Then you've got Norris 4th, for practice 2. Russell 5th, Perez 6th, Hamilton 7th, Ocon 8th, Alonso 9th, and Albon 10th again. Looking at the pace there of Albon, he was probably going to be around getting into Q3 today. So, it's such a shame. We'll see what De Vries can do. It'd be very impressive if Nick De Vries can jump in that car and, get a decent result himself and show maybe his talent for the other F1 teams who are looking still to confirm a driver for 2023. And then the rest of the field, you've got Ricciardo, Zhou, Bottas, Gasly, Tsunoda, Magnussen, Vettel, Stroll, Latifi, and Schumacher. Now, before we get into this session, so yeah, just to confirm who has a grid penalty, Carlos Sainz will start from the back of the grid, or pretty much at the back of the grid. Max Verstappen has a 5-place penalty. Sergio Perez has a 10-place penalty. Lewis Hamilton has a back of the grid penalty. And it has now been kind of rumoured that Esteban Ocon might be taking a penalty himself for this Grand Prix. And then after that, Bottas has a 15-place penalty. Obviously had an engine problem in the last Grand Prix. Yuki Tsunoda will be starting from the very back as well. Apparently, I think Kevin Magnussen might be starting from the back or near the back now. That's the rumour going on. And then Mick Schumacher at the very tail of the field there obviously had a problem yesterday. There's a rumour going around that he might have a gearbox penalty for the starting grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. So we'll see if that is indeed the case. But yeah, very messy qualifying. I think it's going to be later with all the penalties we are seeing, unfortunately, as we've got 4 minutes to go, about 4.5 minutes to go until we get this session underway. And before we get into the session properly, just want to say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because obviously we'll be live throughout today, and tomorrow I'll be live from 12 PM UK time all the way through to about 5 PM my time. From 12 till 1:30, we're doing a build-up preview to the Grand Prix. 1:30 till 4 PM UK time with the race watch-along. The race does start, by the way, at 2 PM UK time tomorrow. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting to the events of the Grand Prix. So make sure, if you're new to the channel, to subscribe for that content. And for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash that like button to help out the channel. As the F1 intro currently playing, as we're about to get into practice 3. And very nice day, I can say, at Monza, which it mostly was yesterday. Maybe not the absolute warmest yesterday compared to what it's going to be like today and tomorrow at the Monza circuit. But yeah, it's a very nice day. And there is I don't think there is any real threat of rain at all for this weekend's Grand Prix. So it will only be dry running. As just looking at the tyres on the F1 intro, the 3 tyres for this weekend are the C4, C3, C2. So the C4 is the second most soft compound, and then obviously same for C3 medium and C2 hard. And yeah, currently the air temperature at the track is 25 degrees Celsius, and the and the track temperature is 40 degrees Celsius. Obviously local time, it's about 1 PM almost at Monza, so temperatures already looking very good. And I'll just quickly, before I get into the session, read out some comments in the chat. Good to see, by the way, some of you in chat. James says it's weird considering Alex has been great all season. It seems Max will qualify P3, then start P8. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he will end up first in qualifying later, and he'll start in P6. will Max. I'd be very surprised if he starts P8 or any lower, unless he has like some sort of issue. Marco Catania says, if De Vries outqualifies Latifi, it's all over for him. Yeah, I mean, there has been talk, actually, from Williams that, you know, Latifi still has a chance to keep his seat. Obviously, they are probably still desperate for him, in a way, to stay on because of the financial package he does bring to the team. And if they can find a justifiable excuse to keep him, then I'm sure they'll keep him. But yeah, if De Vries comes in and beats him quite handily today and tomorrow as well, then I don't see how Latifi could really survive. Saying that, Williams are not really a racing team anymore, are they? They're pretty much just a money-making machine. That's it. Edson says, hola, just tuned in now. Heard something about some penalties. Can somebody please inform me who the driver's supposed to be penalised? I think I just did. Hopefully I did actually read that out before you made that comment, so now you at least know. Anyway, let's get rid of all this stuff and get up the running order. You can see De Vries' name there. I thankfully, in my Visual Studio Code, was able to get that changed in time. And obviously, practice 3 will be an hour-long session. And I'll sync up the timer for practice 3 at the 59-minute mark. Let me just get that timer ready for you guys. As, yeah, cars in the pits, but can't see anyone who is literally about to come out onto track, certainly out of the top teams. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Latifi to see how Nick De Vries does in the Williams. If he could put in a similar performance to what Albon would have done, that could lead to an F1 seat for next year. It really could. Teams are like that, where they might not consider you as one of the number 1 targets for their seat, but if you go in and put in a really good performance in like some substitute role, some race, you could end up getting a seat. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that, as Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz, which is saying, I think, just about to get ready to get in their cars. And work going on to the Williams car of Nick De Vries, I think, just to change probably the seating arrangement, because obviously De Vries is quite a bit smaller than Alex Albon. As Sergio Perez is now on track. And there you go. So 59 minutes to go in practice 3. And yes, Sergio Perez, first man on track. Also, we've got 4 other cars on track. I think one of them is an Alfa Romeo. And I think the other 2 might be an Alpine. And then another one might be an Alfa Tauri. I'm not quite sure. Don't quote me on that. But we are currently looking at Sergio Perez coming through the Lesmos. As now we're looking at Lando Norris, who's still in his garage. Looking at data by the looks of it. As George Russell currently is hugging some people. Not sure who they are. Probably family by the looks of it. And yeah, Russell should be in the car very, very soon. So yeah, as soon as we get some times on the board, I'll start updating the order on screen. Forrester Cat says, thanks for doing these streams. No problem. Great to have you here. Labguru says, any chance at all that my team wins tomorrow? There's a chance. I'm not going to say there's no chance at all, but realistically, unless something like the 2020 Italian Grand Prix or even the 2021 Italian Grand Prix happens where, you know, the main contenders are took out for quite extraordinary reasons, I just don't see how Ferrari or anyone else wins the race this weekend other than Red Bull. Here's a replay of Valtteri Bottas having a very skittish second chicane, locking the inside front and then going a bit wide, but thankfully keeping it on circuit. As we're now looking at Fred Vasseur, the Alfa Romeo team boss, and I think he'll probably be still team boss for them when they become Sauber in 2024. Reminder, Alfa Romeo will only be their title sponsor until the end of next season. So, yeah, probably going to be the Sauber F1 team again in 2024. And then, by the looks of it, it's going to be Audi partnering up with Sauber for 2026. Sergio Perez is about to complete his first flying lap on the medium compound tyres. And the Red Bull looks quite good. Also, can I just say, it is very nice to see they have brought the gravel trap back at the Parabolica properly back. So that if you do run wide, there is, some sort of punishment there. As, Perez up to first now. And you got them Bottas in second. And Lance Stroll in third place. So just showing their replay of the rear wing of Perez's car flapping quite a bit. But, yes, Stroll showing as in third position. So there you go. And now we are looking at Valtteri Bottas, who is on the soft compound tyre and on another lap. And Bottas on the soft compound tyre. Obviously, as I said in the build-up, the quick build-up to practice 3, Valtteri does have a 15-place grid penalty for this weekend. So, I mean, he might set some competitive times later in the session, but I think mostly in this session, Valtteri is going to be concentrating on race pace because, Alfa Romeo are probably going to start with Bottas in like 18th or 19th on the grid at best. So, yeah. And so Zhou Guan Yu there is, I think, just preparing to get into his Alfa Romeo car. He doesn't have a penalty, thankfully. And Alfa Romeo didn't seem to be that slow yesterday for the first time in a few races. It seemed to be actually decently quick. Bottas was actually in the top 10 in practice 1, so Alfa Romeo have a decent car for this weekend. And even though the Ferrari power unit is the most unreliable out of the lot, it is very powerful compared to the other competitors. So if they can just stay reliable, Alfa Romeo are not in too bad of a spot, to be honest. As Carlos Sainz is about to get into the Ferrari in his yellow overalls, all the team in yellow overalls except for one guy there with a blower. And a couple people at the back as well. And the Ferraris looking pretty sexy, I've got to say, on track this weekend. And we'll see him very soon in the bright sunshine. Sergio Perez is continuing on. He's currently done currently on a better lap. He's done a purple first sector as Sergio Perez. And he's 0.4 of a second up on his personal best lap. I think the best lap time from yesterday for the top teams was Carlos Sainz was quickest, I think, on a mid 1 minute 21. That's the time to look out for in this session in terms of how quick the teams are going. Perez is probably going to improve this lap onto a late 1 minute 22. Let's see. And yeah, it does a 22.7, I believe. No, 22.6 actually. So Perez is improved that lap by 0.8 of a second. So yeah, he's about a second away from the best times from yesterday. So you can see there on the TV broadcast, Red Bull running their Queen Elizabeth II tribute. And Verstappen, Is he in his car? Yes, he is. The Max in his car, but not coming out yet. Probably just looking at some data before he gets out onto the track. As also Lando Norris, not quite in his car yet. But he is starting to get ready. So we'll see the McLaren probably in the next, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes or so. As now we're looking at a Haas F1 car that is having a lot of work done to it on the rear end, which looks to be Mick Schumacher, possibly. I'm not quite sure. Can't quite see from that angle. Obviously, he did have a problem yesterday that caused it to break down in practice too. As Yuki Tsunoda goes up to third with well, not very competitive lap time, 2.5 seconds slower than Perez. So an early 1 minute 25. I think that'll be for Tsunoda. And Sebastian Vettel now looking at in his garage. And looks as though he is possibly about to come out very, very soon. Of course, Sebastian has won this Grand Prix 3 times previously. 2008, 2011, and 2013. And his last podium here was in 2017. Hasn't actually finished in the points at Monza since 2018, where he finished in 4th after a costly mistake in that Grand Prix. I've got to say, that race doesn't actually feel like it was 4 years ago. It feels more like 10 years ago, to be honest, that Italian Grand Prix. And that Italian Grand Prix race watch-along that I did, I think 4 years ago, pretty much to the day, has to be one of the earliest watch-alongs I was doing on this channel. Probably one of the first 6 or 7 watch-alongs I did on this channel. So if you ever want to go view back my channel, you know, in the past, then yeah, that's one of the early ones I did where I didn't even have any graphics on screen. It was just me showing some pictures. That's it. But yeah, as Sergio Perez is on another flying lap, 2 purple sectors, and he is going to go quicker once again. Is Perez. And Sergio now exits the Parabolica and comes to the line, and Perez goes on to a 1:22.1. So Sergio is, I think, quicker. Yeah, a couple tenths quicker than he went yesterday already. As Max Verstappen is now on the track on a set of medium tyres as well. So let's see, because he did I think a 1:21.6 in practice 2 yesterday. Let's see what he does for his first flying lap, or whether he's going to be on a bit of a heavier fueled run. We'll see. As Max exits the Parabolica and now begins his first flying lap in practice 3. And despite the 5-place penalty, he is still the favourite to end up quickest in practice 3 and qualifying later as well. There is no doubt about that. As Verstappen exits the first chicane, now builds up speed for the second chicane through Curva Grande. And he is 0.06 of a second quicker than Sergio Perez, so a good first sector so far. Very smooth as well so far. One thing I've noticed with Max Verstappen, which is a quality that Michael Schumacher used to have, is Max is very good at coming out and with his one of his first laps in a session, putting in his fastest lap, or one of his fastest laps of the weekend. That's a skill that Michael Schumacher used to have, as Max is coming up behind another car. I think the AlphaTauri, is it an AlphaTauri? No, it's actually a Mercedes of George Russell. And Max, I think, backs off. Yeah, he does. Yeah, that was a skill that Michael Schumacher used to have. Remember Martin Brundle, when he was teammates, used to talk about how Michael, on a test day that would last, 8-9 hours, Michael would normally do his best lap of the day on his first or second lap of the day. Max has that skill. Doesn't matter if the tyres are cold and, you know, it's first lap of the day, first lap of the weekend, he's able just to get out there and smash a great lap in straight away because he has such unbelievable confidence in himself and the grip, and is able to read the grip on track as well very well, just like the all-time great drivers. As George Russell completes the first sector on his flying lap. Quite a slow first sector though, so this is probably a heavier fueled run for Russell. Either that or he's running with a lot less power. As he now heads down to Ascari. So yeah, Verstappen is now 4th. We'll see if Verstappen goes for a proper flying lap. As Russell should, with this lap, go up to P4. So I may as well update that now. Because, yeah, he's on a bit of a heavier field run, I'm pretty sure here. Is George Russell. And he comes to the line now. Russell exits the Parabolica. And, yep, goes P4. 3.2 seconds off the pace. As we've also, on track, got Lewis Hamilton on a flying lap. And Carlos Sainz is on an out lap in the Ferrari. Obviously, Hamilton and Sainz both will be starting from the back of the grid. And yeah, Max Verstappen saying, yeah, not sure, it's totally unnecessary from the car ahead. Max, oh no, that's what the engineer said. And he said, yeah, what is this? Response was no idea. And then he said, Max, yeah, he's still in front. And then the response was, I suspect he'll have a meeting after this session. Yeah, not great there from either the Mercedes engineer there for Russell or Russell himself. As we're looking at Sainz now, who's on his out lap, about to not complete his flying lap, sorry. He's about to start a flying lap. Lewis Hamilton, like an update, is up to P5, and yeah, it looks as though they're both Mercedes on a heavier fueled run, as 3 seconds off the pace of Sergio Perez so far with their runs. As Carlos Sainz now starts his first flying lap of the day. Let's see how he gets on. And yeah, his quickest time from yesterday, I believe, was a 1:21.4 as he goes a bit wide on the entry to the first chicane. Obviously, qualifying doesn't matter massively to him because he will be starting probably 16th or 17th on the grid. Anyway, will Carlos. But in qualifying, he will play a very important role because he will most likely be providing a tow to Charles Leclerc to guarantee, as Sainz backs off after, I think, a slight error of a bit of oversteer on the exit of the second chicane, as Lewis Hamilton now goes up to 4th with a bit of a quicker lap onto a 1:24.8. Still, though, 2.7 off the pace. As Max Verstappen goes quickest now with a proper lap time of a 1:21.8. And yes, Sainz, absolute tank slapper he got on the exit of the second chicane. But yeah, Verstappen quickest on a 1:21.8, which is a pretty quick lap time at this part of the day. You know, first 15 minutes or so is Charles Leclerc is now on a flying lap, so is Lando Norris. Because his quickest time from yesterday was only 0.2 quicker than that. And obviously not on the soft compound tyre yet. So, yeah, pretty quick lap time there for Max. And for Checo as well. Red Bull pushing on a bit. Let's see what Ferrari do. As Lando Norris is half a second off Verstappen in the first sector. Obviously, Lando Norris was very quick in practice too. 4th place he finished. Not quite sure he'll keep that up, but yeah, if he gets into the top 10 in Q3, I think that'd be a good enough effort, to be honest, as Leclerc 0.4 down of Verstappen after the first 2 sectors, as he now has already completed going through the Parabolica, and is now, through Ascari, sorry, and now is coming into the Parabolica, and he goes through it pretty easily, and he comes to the line, and Charles Leclerc goes third, 0.6 of a second off the pace. Yeah, not the greatest lap time there. And Lando Norris, with his first time, goes up to P5 in the McLaren. So it's Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Norris, Bottas, Hamilton, Russell, and then Carlos Sainz in 9th, as actually Russell goes up to P7 now, just ahead of his teammate Lewis Hamilton. As we've got Alonso about to complete his first flying lap of the day. And Alonso goes 4th in the Alpine. A good lap there for Fernando, as Carlos Sainz is about to complete his first lap time as they annoyingly cut away from the broadcast. So I'll let you guys know when they come back from the broadcast as to what is actually happening at the track. It should only be like a couple minutes though break for Sky F1. And I'll just quickly, whilst we have this ad break, I'm going to quickly check Twitter just to see if there's any news in regards to penalties. Right, so Alpine have confirmed that Esteban Ocon will have a 5-place grid penalty for a new ICE, just to confirm for you guys. And for Mick Schumacher, he currently is in the garage with a clutch problem, which I'm guessing might be related to what happened yesterday. You never know, could be. And might not actually get out on track. So, yeah, not great for Mick and obviously the Haas F1 team. Obviously, I've already told you guys that Nick De Vries is replacing Alex Albon for the rest of the weekend because Albon is suffering from appendicitis. And let's see if there's any other news I can bring you guys. Alex Albon actually has just tweeted, appendicitis surgery and no racing isn't what I was expecting this weekend. And then he put negatives, missing out on what looks like a strong weekend for us. And then the second one was pain. And then he put positives, weight reduction for Singapore, cool scars. At least he's not getting too down about, you know, what's happened there. But, yeah. A shame, but hopefully he'll be okay for the Singapore Grand Prix. And to be honest, given how good he's been in that car and how Williams have improved since the British Grand Prix when they brought basically their B car, their second car of the season, it was that many upgrades, may as well be called a B car. Alex has been pretty good. He almost finished in the points at Austria. Spa obviously finished in the points. And then there was another Grand Prix, I think, where he finished 12th or 13th. It might have been France or Hungary. So, yeah. He's been very good, has Alex. Not just since the British Grand Prix. But this season, obviously, finished in 9th place in Miami. And finished 10th at Imola as well. So, yeah. Very competitive season for Albon in what is the worst car on the grid. And yeah, looking to the rest of the season, there will be opportunities absolutely for Williams to still maybe grab a point. I think the Japanese Grand Prix, I think the Williams car will be probably well suited to that track because the second half of that track, or the lap of that track, is pretty flat out and will help them. And also the Sao Paulo Grand Prix at Interlagos, because of how high speed that is, that'll help them. As well as Bottas there, massively held up by a Ferrari of Sainz. And he says, I don't know if you saw that, but pretty close. Carlos Sainz was just loitering on the apex of the corner there. It was quite weird, I've got to say. It's not really going anywhere. As Verstappen is still quickest, by the way. Leclerc has improved, though, to P2. And only 0.07 of a second off the pace. Perez third. Carlos Sainz up to P4. And then it's Alonso fifth. Norris sixth. And then Tsunoda seventh. With Pierre Gasly in P8. Ricciardo in P9. And then Bottas in P10. And then Sebastian Vettel is in 11th place. Stroll in P12. And then Russell 13th. Hamilton 14th. And Kevin Magnussen in 15th. Latifi and Ocon are on a flying lap. So they'll be setting their first time in a minute. And Zhou Guanyu is on an outlap. De Vries and Schumacher still in the pits. I think De Vries, we will see him before the end of the session. And for Mick Schumacher, possibly not. Sergio Perez, I think, is on just a longer fueled run at the minute, as he just went 4 seconds off the pace with that lap. As Sebastian Vettel goes up to 8th on the soft compound tyre. Aston Martin were very slow yesterday in practice too, so be interesting to see whether any improvements have been made. And let me just adjust this picture quick. And that's better there. And you can see obviously the black on the end of the nose cone, again a tribute to Queen Elizabeth. And we are looking at a Williams of Nicholas Latifi, is it? No, it's Nick De Vries. Nick De Vries on track then, on an outlap. So let's see in a moment what he does, what he gets up to. As Daniel Ricciardo has just improved up to 8th place. Lance Stroll has gone up to P10, ahead of a teammate Vettel. Esteban Ocon is now P12. Even though Ocon has that 5-place penalty, I don't think it'll actually hurt his grid position that much, to be honest, because of all the other penalties we have this weekend. And Zhou Guanyu in the Alfa Romeo has gone 11th. And then you have Latifi in 17th. So, yeah, let's see what Nick De Vries can do in the Williams. Obviously, he's on the medium compound tyre at the minute. His teammate, Latifi, did his best time on the soft. It'd be funny if he went quicker than Latifi. And I've got to say, with Nick, we have to remember he is a very good driver. Did he win the Formula 3? Not Formula 3, the Formula E Championship? I can't quite remember, but I know he did win the Formula 2 title in 2019. And was very good that season. And has always been a very good driver. Bit unlucky that he's never had his chance in Formula 1 up until this point. But here is his opportunity. And yeah, if he beats Latifi this weekend, I think there's a decent chance he might be on the grid very soon. And De Vries through the 2 Lesmos, only half a second off Verstappen in the first sector. Pretty good first sector, I've got to say. Obviously does have plenty of experience of driving around this track, which does help a lot when jumping in a new car. As De Vries into the Ascari chicane, couple seconds off the pace. He might actually go quicker than Latifi with this lap. As he comes to the Parabolica now. Let's see. Latifi's done a 123.4, I think it is. So let's see what Nick does. Nick does a 125.3. So yeah, not quite as quick in the final sector there. But yeah, not too bad of a first lap. I mean, 0.8 off on a harder compound of tyre. Not too bad. Your first lap of the weekend. And he did actually, as they're showing now, he did actually lock his inside front into turn 1 and run a tad wide, which would have cost him probably a tenth or so. But, yeah, we'll see how he progresses through the rest of the session, as there's quite a bit of work, interestingly, going on the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc towards the rear of the car by the looks of it. So yeah, we'll see when he comes back on track. Hopefully no issues there for Ferraris. I think they've just lowered the car now, so obviously whatever they were doing, they've now done. As we look at Max Verstappen, who is just starting a flying lap. Not sure, though, if this is a flying lap or if this is just a race run. A race simulation run. I guess we'll see when he does his first sector time. As Zhou goes up to 13th there. And there has actually been some improvements with the running order. So I'll just quickly update that in a second. As Max Verstappen, replay of him. Coming up behind, I think, Mercedes there and an Alpine. They're not great. Traffic for Verstappen. But he got through it just fine. And, yeah. Just seeing a further replay of it now. Don't really understand why we are seeing a further replay of it. It wasn't exactly amazing. But we are looking at now George Russell, who's on a bit of a faster lap on the medium compound tyres. And yeah, so the top 5 is still as it is. Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz and Alonso, as we're halfway through practice 3. And then Pierre Gasly is up to 6th now, with Lewis Hamilton in P7. As yellow flag in Sector 2. Now it's gone green as George Russell has improved his lap time but has stayed in 16th place. As you Hamilton up to 7th, and then you've got Norris 8th. Ocon up to P9. There's a replay of De Vries. And, oh, big snap of oversteer on the exit or through the middle of the first Lesmo, and that's why that yellow flag was caused. And yeah, big snap of oversteer there. Thankfully, there's a large gravel trap there. There always has been. And I can't remember if it's next year or the year after, guys, but there is actually going to be a track change here at Monza. Again, either next year or the year after. They're going to turn the Lesmos into what the Lesmo corners used to be, I think, before 1994, which is much faster right-hand corners, to the point with these cars where they'll be probably flat out. This circuit, once they make that that change to the 2 Lesmo corners, this circuit is going to be pretty much flat out, except for like 5 corners, 6 corners on the track. Yeah, we'll watch out for that. As, yeah, Ocon is 9th as Carlos Sainz, by the way, is on an improved lap. Nicholas Latifi is up to P11. And then you've got Ricciardo 12th, Zhou 13th, Stroll 14th, Vettel 15th, and then Russell 16th, Bottas 17th. And then De Vries, Magnussen, Schumacher, as Carlos Sainz does not improve on his best lap so far. His best lap time so far is a 1:22.6, I believe, on the same compound as Verstappen. And yeah, as we are halfway through this practice session, just want to say again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we'll be live throughout the rest of the day for qualifying. Once this session finishes, we're doing a 2-hour build-up for qualifying, and then at 3 PM UK time, in about 2.5 hours from now, I'll be doing a watch-along for qualifying itself, and then a reaction after that. And then for race day tomorrow, I'll be live from 12 p.m. UK time. Firstly, for an hour and a half until 1:30 p.m. to preview the Grand Prix. Then from 1:30 till 4 p.m, we'll be doing a race watch-along. Remember, the race starts at 2 p.m. UK time tomorrow. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be doing a race reaction. And on Monday, if there is enough to talk about, there will be either a video or a stream talking about either the main topic or one of the main topics or some of the main topics from the Italian Grand Prix race itself. So yeah, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for that. And for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash that like button. As Valtteri Bottas, seeing a replay of him locking his inside front quite heavily into turn 1. Big flat spot there, and that will require a pit stop. And yeah, that was quite a big one for Valtteri. In terms of, because obviously some of the drivers are on race runs at the minute, because of the tyres being the C4, C3 and C2, with these temperatures, I would expect it's going to be a one-stop race. There's no doubt about that. Unless we get a safety car or virtual safety car at the right time. Sorry, at the right time, that it is going to be, if it's just a green flag race the whole way through, it's going to be a one-stop Grand Prix. And I think there is probably a good chance they will the drivers start the soft compound tyre and then move on to the medium. The only thing that could maybe change that is if they are suffering from quite bad rear tyre wear, which is, in terms of the tyre wear that is, or that most affects you, that is the area you need to look at, is the rear tyres, because obviously a lot of straights here, so the tyres don't get as much of a pounding around this track as other circuits, certainly not as much as Zandvoort, but because of the slow first and second chicane, especially, the rear tyres do get quite a pounding at this track, especially with the heat we normally see at Monza for every Italian Grand Prix. I remember back in 2018, actually, in that race I was talking about earlier, Kimi Räikkönen, a big reason why he lost that Grand Prix to Lewis Hamilton was because his rear tyres completely went off and were finished. And Hamilton, who had fresher tyres and much better rear end grip compared to the Ferrari that weekend, they ended up getting the win really because of that. So yeah, that's what you need to look at in regards to that. As Nick De Vries improved his lap time but stays in 18th place. Hello, by the way, to Joseph, who says hi from a cold, can't quite say that word without mispronouncing it, Cape Town, South Africa. Good to see you here. And good to see everyone here, by the way. Good to see you all. As also, just saying news, as a Sky F1 have gone to an ad break, so I may as well look at Twitter anyway to see if there is any news. Kevin Magnussen, it's been confirmed, will be taking a 15-place grid penalty, while Carlos Sainz takes even more, but is already has a back of the grid penalty. So that is, if you look at the running order on the left-hand side of your screen, you've got Verstappen, Perez, Sainz, Hamilton, Ocon, Tsunoda, Bottas, not De Vries, Magnussen, and probably Schumacher, all taking a grid penalty for this weekend's Grand Prix. So yeah, going to be a bit similar to Spa, unfortunately, but this will be probably the last race of the season where the weekend is affected by grid penalties, because they're all should be moving on really to the power unit that finishes the season for them. Because remember, after this weekend, we have 6 races to go, and obviously the next Grand Prix at Singapore doesn't really stress the engines out that much. I mean, it does in terms of heat, does the Singapore Grand Prix, but Obviously, you're not full throttle for that much in Singapore. But, yeah, with 6 races to go and only really a couple, I guess you could say, power tracks remaining on the calendar, the engines should be fine for most teams to get to the end of the season. Let's have a look at some tweets here to see if I can see any news quickly. I don't think I can see anything new at the minute other than what I just said. And no other news. But yeah, just quick confirmation again of that breaking news about 5 minutes ago that Kevin Magnussen has a 15-place penalty and Carlos Sainz is taking on even more penalties for new power unit elements. KH, so like who's officially going to be at the back with all these penalties? It'll probably be, you're probably going to have on Sunday the 2 Haas's lining up on the back row of the grid, and then probably Bottas 18th. Yeah, well, maybe not Bottas 18th, maybe Tsunoda 18th, Bottas 17th, and then you'll probably have then Hamilton and Sainz in 15th and 16th. So yeah, I mean, we'll see, obviously, for Sunday's Grand Prix once we get qualifying over and done with as to what the starting grid is. But, yeah. Can't really say at the minute what it's going to be, because it could be literally anything. I mean, we saw how crazy the starting grid was at Spa, where we had Alex Albon in the Williams starting in 6th place. And actually was, for a while in that race, I think for the first stint, running in 7th or 8th place. So, yeah, just a mental Grand Prix that was at Spa 2 weeks ago. As Valtteri Bottas there, intently looking at some data by the looks of it. As we've got 20 minutes to go in practice 3. All of the cars are in the pits at the minute, except for Nick De Vries, so obviously he's just getting some practice in. No pun intended. I'm in the car as he's just jumped in for the weekend. Yuki Tsunoda is also on track, possibly on the hard compound tyre still that he's done his best time on, which sees him in P10. Looking at the lap times though so far, yeah, we're not quite at that that proper single lap pace that you would see going into qualifying. I mean, kind of we are with Max Verstappen because he has done a lap time 0.2 of a second, I think, slower than what he did yesterday on a slower tyre. So, yeah, he, I guess you could say, is running at that speed, but we can definitely see more. And talking of that, Carlos Sainz comes out now on soft tyres. So, we'll see what he can do, as we've got other cars behind him coming out onto the track as he exits the pit lane, and so does Lando Norris. Fernando Alonso as well. And yeah, they should, with just under 20 minutes to go, they should all be coming out now on soft tyres, because they're not going to get any more running on the soft tyre and get any more confidence going for a pace for a single lap than these final 18.5 minutes. Sainz into the second chicane. And yeah, we'll see how these lap times play out once they'll start their laps. Also, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Nick De Vries, Ricciardo, Latifi, Gasly, Leclerc on an out lap as well. The 2 Red Bulls still in the pit lane. As Joe Bauer there is just inspecting, I think, the Haas car of Mick Schumacher. There's still work going on to that car. And by the looks of it, they might, as Mick, it looks as though he's getting ready to get in the car. It looks as though they are going to get Mick out on track. There's a lot of backing up now on the final straight before the Parabolica, as Fernando Alonso has decided, fuck it, I'm going to take everyone and start my lap. Obviously, slipstreaming here, very important to getting a good lap here at Monza. And obviously in the last couple of years we have seen some real silliness when it comes to qualifying and people desperately trying to get a slipstream for their lap. And we've seen plenty of laps ruined, especially going into the Parabolica because of that. As Carlos Sainz has started his new flying lap, let's see how much he improves on the soft tyre, and hopefully with a lot less fuel on board. And he is half a tenth quicker than Verstappen in the first sector. Not a purple first sector though, but still quicker than Verstappen. Now into Lesmo 1 and 2. Lesmo 1 was very good there for Sainz, down to Lesmo 2. And yeah, perfect from the Spaniard. As Carlos now bounces away down to the Parabolica and is just slower than Verstappen by a few hundredths, or not even hundredths, just over a few thousandths of a second. As George Russell has gone up to P4 in the Mercedes there. As Alonso now goes 4th on the soft compound tyre. Let's see what Carlos Sainz does. Carlos goes 2nd, a couple hundredths off the pace. So, not great, I've got to say, that lap time. Because really, you would have expected him to go quicker than that. I mean, still, it's not as quick as when he, or what he did in practice 2, where he did a 121.4. That was a 121.8. As Leclerc, replay of him at the second chicane, very nearly spinning, locking the inside front going into the second chicane, then getting a bit of a tank slapper on through the middle, then having to run quite a bit wide through the second part of the chicane. Thankfully for him, though, not into the gravel. But, yeah, it's Verstappen, Sainz, Leclerc, Perez, and then Alonso 5th. Lando Norris has gone back up to 6th. George Russell is 7th in the Mercedes. And then Latifi is 8th in the Williams now. With Gasly 9th, Hamilton 10th. Not anymore, because Zhou Guanyu has gone 8th for Alfa Romeo. Then it's Latifi 9th and Gasly in 10th as Lewis Hamilton currently P11 on a soft compound tyre run. And he's improved his first sector. And let's see what his middle sector is looking like compared to Max Verstappen. It's going to be slower, but let's see how much slower. 4 tenths off. That's not too bad, actually. Not too bad. Mercedes, though, is still moving around quite a bit. Not comfortable, the ride of that Mercedes. As Daniel Ricciardo is up to 11th with his soft tyre run. 8 tenths of a second slower, though, than Lando Norris. That is not good. As Lewis Hamilton comes to the line and only goes 8th. I hope Mercedes have not... I hope that's not close to what they can do in qualifying later. 7th and 8th, because that is not good. Obviously, with Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Hamilton taking penalties, what Mercedes ideally need is Russell being the next man after Charles Leclerc in qualifying that doesn't have a penalty. So that Russell will then start on the front row of the grid. But if he ends up, say, qualifying in 7th and Leclerc, say, if the qualifying results were to finish the way they are currently here in practice 3, then you'd have Leclerc on pole with Alonso 2nd, Norris 3rd, Russell 4th, and then Zhou 5th and Latifi 6th. That's what the top 6 would be. Again, if it's all finished now and this was the order for qualifying. As here comes Max Verstappen on the soft compound tyre to begin his flying lap on the softs. Probably one of his final flying laps, I would imagine, on that compound. Yeah, let's see by how much he can improve by. At least half a second of improvement would be, I think, very impressive for Verstappen and Red Bull here. Obviously, they have the quickest car in a straight line compared to the other top teams. And what a first sector that is. 1/10.5 quicker. And the first sector is not that... well, it's not got much in it. Just 2 straights and a chicane, really. As through Lesmo 1 and 2 he comes. And yeah, because he has such great straight line speed in that Red Bull compared to the other top teams, Red Bull actually running a higher downforce rear wing, which will help them a lot in the race when it comes to managing tyres. And he's 4.5 tenths up on his previous best lap. And he's going to smash the rest of the field here with this lap as he now builds speed down to the Parabolica. As Leclerc also on a flying lap. And Leclerc probably going to go second once Max Verstappen has completed this lap. As Max Verstappen comes to the line. And it's a 1:21.2. 6 tenths of a second quicker than his previous best, as Charles Leclerc is about to go second. Here he comes to the line now on his soft tyres, and Leclerc second, 3.5 tenths slower than Verstappen. And yeah, I think that lap there from Max has proved that I just don't think later anyone can really get close to Verstappen on lap time. As also Esteban Ocon has gone up to 8th place in the Alpine. Hamilton is 9th, and then Zhou 10th. And then, yeah, Latifi, Gasly, Ricciardo, Bottas actually up to P14. As there's Leclerc just slowing down for his flying lap. And then, yes, Tsunoda down to 15th, and Stroll 16th, Vettel 17th. Pierre Gasly improves up to P11. And now we're looking at Sergio Perez on a flying lap on the soft tyres. Really, Perez needs to be going at least 3rd with this lap, considering his best lap so far is only 2.5 tenths slower than Sainz on a harder compound of tyre. Looks pretty good though on this lap, Perez. Can't see any massive issues with this lap in terms of handling or mistakes. As he comes into the final corner now. And flies through the Parabolica. The Red Bull looking very good through the Parabolica. And in or up to the start-finish straight now. And Perez does indeed go 3rd and about 0.5 tenth quicker than Carlos Sainz. As Nick De Vries does a lap time on the soft tyres and goes 13th, only 1/10 slower than Latifi. Very impressive time there. As Mick Schumacher, guys, has finally entered the circuit. That's an Alfa Romeo there of Zhou, just doing a practice start on the exit of the pit lane, which you are allowed to do. And here is George Russell on a new flying lap. As Russell through Curva Grande now. And first sector, really, is where Mercedes are losing the most amount of time to the fastest team this weekend, Red Bull, around this track. And yeah, that occasion, Russell was losing 3.5 tenths of a second compared to Max Verstappen in Sector 1 alone. As he now opens DRS for the second time on this lap, going down towards the entry, the Ascari chicane. And yeah, this is not a quick lap for Russell at all. And yeah, got to say, not looking good for qualifying for Mercedes. Really, it's damage limitation for them because of all the grid penalties. They just need to try and get the best result, really, they can. Even if the best result they can only get is P5, that's what they need to try and get because, yeah, it's not looking good at all compared to what we saw last weekend at Zandvoort, where they could have ended up qualifying in the top 3. And even some people thought a pole position was possible last weekend at Zandvoort. As Charles Leclerc comes into the final corner on a new flying lap. He's improved his first sector, but not his middle sector. So we'll see how that affects his final times. He comes to the line, and Leclerc does improve his lap time, but only by a few thousandths of a second. So still is 3.5 tenths slower than Max Verstappen. Sergio Perez, I see, is on a new outlap. We'll see if he goes for another flying lap. But, yeah, currently, I may as well do this, actually, just to, so that you guys know how it'll work for the grid for later, and obviously the grid for tomorrow. So, with all the penalties that are going to happen, if it was to finish qualifying how the order is currently, you would have Leclerc on pole, and then I think Alonso second, Norris third, Russell fourth, and then actually wait. The thing is, I don't actually think, because Max Verstappen has a 5-place grid penalty, if Leclerc, Perez, Sainz and Hamilton are the next 4 cars, I don't actually think Max is going to drop 5 places on the grid. I think he might actually only drop like 1 or 2. Again, we'll have to see, but I'll be honest, I am a bit confused about how the penalties are going to work out for the starting grid. As soon as the starting grid is announced, I will, make sure to let you guys know as soon as possible. But yeah, at the minute, I have no fucking idea how that's going to work out. As we've got about 5 minutes to go, and the current top 10 is Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, Alonso, Norris, Russell, Ocon, Hamilton, and Zhou. As Charles Leclerc is coming into the pits, looks as though Sergio Perez is building up for flying lap on the soft tyres. So we'll see if he can improve. He's about a quarter of a second off the pace of Charles Leclerc, the next man up the road. As we're now looking at Aston Martin of Lance Stroll, 17th currently. Sebastian Vettel on an outlap as well. Aston Martin surely have got to improve on that. 17th and 18th. Then again, they were in 17th and 18th in practice too, so maybe they're just that slow this weekend. They do still struggle quite a bit, do Aston Martin, with straight line speed. And in the first sector, Stroll losing 7 tenths of a second. And yeah, this Aston Martin car just doesn't look that good around this track, to be honest. Dane asks, Chaz, where do you think Daniel will qualify later? Probably, I think he'll probably, 14th or 15th, but he'll probably start the race probably just inside the top 10, which will be good for him because McLaren, their race pace isn't terrible. It's not as good as Alpine's, but it's not terrible, so he might, nick a point. I mean, saying that, I thought he was going to get a couple points at Spa, but ended up finishing 15th, I think. As Lance Stroll's not improved his middle sector either. So yeah, Aston Martin, very poor pace. And they are probably going to be having both cars knocked out in Q1 later. As Stroll does not improve on his best lap time. And we'll see if Sebastian Vettel does in a minute or two. That is Leclerc in the second chicane. Replay of him. And don't quite know what they're showing here. Apparently Team Radio says we need to work on turn 6 especially. All other corners it's fine. I know where to find the lap time, but in turn 6 the car is not turning at all. And then they say, understood, turn 6 will be the first Lesmo corner. Yeah, a replay there of him running as wide as possible through first Lesmo. So, bit of understeer in that Ferrari. Obviously, you do take wing off, as much wing off as you can at Monza to make sure your top end speed is good. But obviously a bit too much front end has been took off because Leclerc struggling on the front end into first Lesmos. Carlos Sainz is on another lap, but it's not a quick one. His first sector is quite slow. And we're only a couple minutes away from the end of the session, as Mick Schumacher has actually improved his time up to P17, which is good to see from him. But yeah, Haas and Aston Martin are the two slowest teams this weekend. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Williams, I've got to say, looking very good. 12th and 13th. Imagine if Alex Albon had not had that appendicitis issue. He'd be in a very good position right now, probably in the top 10. As Carlos Sainz, just completing his lap now. As Sebastian Vettel goes up to 16th on a 1:23.1, I think that was. Again, though, that is not a good lap time for Sebastian or Aston Martin. And now we're looking at Lando Norris, who is on a flying lap. I'm not quite sure. He's on a lap, but I'm not sure it's a flying lap. No, it's not a flying lap at all. So we are into the final minute here, and we're pretty much at the end of this session. I don't think anyone's really going to improve on their best times for the session. But coming out of practice 2, or practice 3, sorry, in terms of the pecking order, it looks as though it's probably Red Bull quickest, Ferrari second, and then, Alpine third, possibly? Mercedes fourth, McLaren fifth, and then maybe Alfa Romeo Williams sixth quickest team. I'd say for the top 5, top 6 teams. So, or for the top 6, 7 teams, sorry. Yeah. Looks pretty clear at the very front of the field that, again, Red Bull have the quickest car, but after that, looks pretty competitive and pretty close, as Lando Norris here completing his, probably his penultimate lap of the session. And just following in the slipstream here. Haas F1 car. And, yeah. And the checkered flag now falls at Monza. I'll just wait to see all the cars over the line and absolutely confirm what the final finishing order is in practice 3. As a replay of Norris absolutely hammering the inside sausage curb of turn 1. You don't want to be doing around this circuit. Remember, actually watched the highlights of this certain race back in 2002, 20 years ago. Juan Pablo Montoya in the Williams, and he was on pole position for that race. He actually retired from the race with a chassis problem because of doing that. Because obviously back then, the curbs, you had to jump over them to get the lap time out of that track. When now that's not the case, and yeah, it caused his chassis to break and his car to go up in the air. Oh no, and one of his wheels to go up in the air. So you don't want to be hammering the curbs here at Monza too much, as Carlos Sainz there, no, Charles Leclerc actually finishes his session in second, and most people now have finished their session. Let's just wait till the final few are finished. Kevin Magnussen, I see, is up to 18th ahead of Mick Schumacher, but still not very quick at all. And just waiting for a final couple drivers. And here's a replay of Mick Schumacher into turn 1. And yeah, clumsy inside curb of turn 2 a bit too hard. And applies the throttle a bit too hard on the exit as well. Good save though by Mick. But that is, guys, officially the end of practice 3. So, let me just read out the final finishing order of the session itself. So, Max Verstappen ends up quickest by 3.5 tenths of a second. And yeah, I don't see how he doesn't end up on pole or qualifying, or finishing, sorry, in first in qualifying. Obviously, he does have a 5-place penalty for a new ICE. Charles Leclerc will be... finishes second in practice 3. Sergio Perez third, Carlos Sainz fourth, then Alonso fifth, Norris sixth, Russell seventh, Ocon eighth, Hamilton 9th and Zhou Guanyu in 10th. And then the rest of the field in practice 3, Gasly 11th, Latifi 12th, Nick De Vries 13th, again replacing Albon, who was out for the rest of the weekend with appendicitis. Ricciardo 14th, Bottas 15th, Vettel 16th, Tsunoda 17th, Magnussen 18th, Schumacher 19th, and Lance Stroll in 20th position. But guys, don't go anywhere, because I am going to now get into the build-up to qualifying. Let me just get my graphics back on screen and just readjust things. And there you go. And let me get rid of that. And I'll get the timer back on screen for how long is left until qualifying begins at Monza. So let me just get that timer ready. And it should be an hour and 55 minutes. And yeah, there you go. Hour and 55 minutes to go until qualifying begins. Let me just quickly update, guys, the name of the stream. And I'm going to quickly post a link out for the stream in a couple of places. So just give me a second, guys. And then we'll get on to the rest of the stream and into the build-up. Rook says Tsunoda went P8 in the end. Did he? I didn't quite see that. So Tsunoda up to 8th then. Apparently, there you go. I've got that updated, obviously, off screen. Cheers for that, Rook. But yeah, I'm going to quickly post the link out a couple more times, and then we'll get into the build-up of qualifying. And we have got a couple things to get into the build-up here. And it's not going to be the same as what we've had for the last couple races of build-up. So just give me a second. Come join us here for build-up to qualifying. And I'll just quickly post it out on Twitter as well. And then, yeah, we'll get into the build-up to qualifying. And, yeah, the thing I'm going to get into with the build-up, or the things, rather, I'm going to get into with the build-up to qualifying today is I am not going to be doing what I normally do, where I play a video of mine as a break. I'm not going to be doing that today. The reason is because I've not really got any more videos relevant that I can play. I will have, though, for the remaining races, so don't worry about that. But what we're going to be getting into is the Colton Herta situation in regards to the, him not being able to get the AlphaTauri seat, possibly because of not enough super license points. We'll get into the whole situation and analyse whether he should be given an exception. We'll get into that pretty soon. And we'll also get into some comments by Binotto about how the Ferrari team does not need to change, and also how John Elkann, the Ferrari CEO, believes that Ferrari will win a championship in the next few years, and how he believes in Binotto as team boss, which I'm sure you Ferrari fans are very keen to hear. And we'll also get into data from FP2, a onboard lap of the track to see how you need to be around this track to have the best lap possible. And also, in the final few minutes before we get to qualifying, we will go through all the teams again and look at just what they need to do in qualifying to have a good result. But let me just quickly tweet this link out. Come join us here for build up to qualifying at the Italian GP. And I'll just do quickly a few hashtags, and then we'll get going. As well, I think I mentioned this last night, but the Colton Herta topic, I am going to be recording during this build-up, so you won't actually see the timer on screen, unfortunately. because I need to record it for, it's going to be a video that's probably going to be uploaded on the channel at the start of next week. So, yeah, just letting you guys know about that. And let me just do one final hashtag, and then we can get going here, I think. And I will read out some comments before we actually get going with the build-up. And there you go. That's all tweeted out. And yeah, let me just read out some comments from you guys in the chat. And for some reason, the chat, let me just update it quickly. If I can, to the live chat, because it's glitching out a bit on my screen. There you go, that's better. Astro Steva, how long until qualifying starts? Well, you should be able to see on your screen, hour and 50 minutes. So, yeah, we're not, to be honest, that long away from the beginning of qualifying. Let me read out some comments there from you guys in the chat. And, by the way, Anders Eriksson says, I've totally lost track of all the penalties. Yeah, I think we all have. But I will make sure before qualifying to clarify and read out all of the drivers that have a penalty. So don't worry, I will get into that before qualifying so you guys know. Astro Stevo. By the way, hello Nib. Good to see you in chat. Astro Stevo saying, good thing it's Sunday tomorrow, I can sleep in. Indeed. I mean, to be honest, I've not had much sleep myself. I was up watching the tennis last night, and it didn't finish until I think 5 a.m. my time, so I've only had about 5.5 hours sleep, to be honest, which is a bit more than I had last week. I think last weekend I only had like 3 hours sleep, to be honest. So yeah, I've had worse sleeps before. I've done a long stream starting, you know, in the morning or lunchtime-ish. But, yeah, I think that's all the comments that I'll read for the minute in the chat. But what I'll, again, quickly say before we get into this topic that I am going to record is, again, we're going to be getting into the Colton Herta situation. And the, you know, whether he's going to be on the grid for AlphaTauri next season and the whole license points thing. And again, I'm going to be recording this for a video that I'm going to be uploading on the channel probably either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday next week. It depends really on if there is enough content from the Italian Grand Prix race tomorrow to actually do any anything about that video-wise. So this Colton Herta video will be uploaded again in case anyone misses it or whatever. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing in a second. And what we're going to be doing is looking at, firstly, why do Alpine want to have Pierre Gasly? Because obviously Alpine, you know, they've lost Piastri, lost Alonso, and by the looks of it, they want Pierre Gasly in their car. And we'll look at, yeah, why do they want him? Is he good enough? And then we'll be getting into why do Red Bull not want any of their F2 drivers to replace Gasly? And also looking at why do they want Colton Herta? Is he good enough? And again, then getting into the license system, the super license system, and why IndyCar gets less points. And should Colton be given an exception from that ruling? So you'll be getting into that in just a second. Astro Steva saying mechanical penalties are so unfair to drivers and really give me the emits. Yeah, it's not great, but we get like one or two races a season pretty much where we have this where you've got loads of drivers taking a penalty. It's not as ridiculous, I think, as the Italian Grand Prix 5 years ago where I think we had I remember the Saubers that weekend. They qualified, I think, towards the back of the field, and they ended up having, I think, 5 place, 10 place penalties, and actually started like 3 places higher than they actually qualified. So, yeah. I mean, we may get that type of situation in qualifying here, but yeah, I would, I don't think it'll be quite as bad as that, to be honest. But, yeah, I'm going to hide the timer and then we're going to get into this recorded video. So we'll just get into this now. So obviously, guys, Alpine, after the Oscar Piastri saga, are now wanting to replace him with a new driver. And it appears that they are going to try and replace him with a certain French driver. And this could lead to AlphaTauri then replacing Gasly with a driver currently racing in IndyCar, an American driver called Colton Herta, who is probably good enough to get on the F1 grid, but currently doesn't have the super license points to get on the grid. So what we're going to do in this video is look at the whole situation in full and whether Herta does, or how he can possibly get on the grid for next season. And again, just in general, the whole situation. So, yeah, Oscar Piastri, again, he'll be racing for McLaren next season. Fernando Alonso obviously racing for Aston Martin next season. So Alpine are desperate for a new driver. And the driver they are gunning for is this man, Pierre Gasly, obviously a French driver. And I'd say a pretty good driver. He's not one of the best on the Formula 1 grid, but definitely a good driver. And looking at the drivers available on the grid, he's probably one of the best available on the grid. Does he deserve, though, an Alpine seat? Well, looking at these stats, I think we would have to say yes. This is his record at AlphaTauri since 2020, so this is pretty much, 2.5 seasons worth of data. 1 race win, even though it was in quite fortunate circumstances, still did brilliantly to hold on for the race win. 2 podiums, obviously one of them being the win. 14 top 6 finishes, 34 Q3 appearances, the majority of those, I think 18 of those, being in 2021. Very, very quick he is over a single lap. And has also had 2 top 10 finishes in the World Drivers' Championship for AlphaTauri since 2020. This season not going as well for him, but he definitely deserves to be in the Alpine. I mean, Alpine are not a front-running team, but if you look at, who is remaining on the grid, who AlphaTauri, or not AlphaTauri, that Alpine can go and get, I mean, obviously there's Daniel Ricciardo who's available, possibly Mick Schumacher, but I'd say, looking at the last 2 or 3 years, I think Gasly, maybe not the last 3 years, but last, this year, last year, I'd say Gasly has been better than Ricciardo and Schumacher. And I think does deserve, to be honest, to move to the Alpine team, because I think he's done everything really he could have done at AlphaTauri. Now, Red Bull, normally you'd expect them to replace Gasly with a driver from F2 or F3. And that's what their hope was for 2023 possibly, or even 2024, is that they would have a driver perform well enough in F2 or F3 to earn a seat for them for AlphaTauri in 2023 or 2024 even. But in F2 this season, the Red Bull drivers just have not done well enough, which is why Red Bull are looking elsewhere. Here are the F2 standings, and what I've done here with the middle column you can see is I've put, instead of the teams they race for, I've put what academy they belong to. So you can see there Felipe Drugovich leading the championship. He doesn't belong to any academy at all. Théo Pourchaire, he belongs to the Sauber Academy. Obviously Sauber are the Alfa Romeo team. And then obviously Logan Sargent-Williams, Jack Doohan Alpine. And then Enzo Fittipaldi, Yuri Vips and Marcus Armstrong don't have any academy ties at the minute. Obviously Yuri Vips was cut from the Red Bull Academy a couple months ago for racist remarks on stream. But then you have Liam Lawson, Ayomu Awasa. I think I might mispronounce that, but yeah, I've tried my best with that name. And then Jayan Deruvala, I think it is. They are 3 Red Bull Academy drivers. And also you have, I think, is it Dennis Hauger or Jake Hauger? I can't remember his name exactly. He was F3 champion in 2021. And he is in 12th in the championship. But yeah, all 4 of those drivers simply haven't done good enough. Liam Lawson, even though he's in the top 5 of the championship and he's had a decent season in F2, to be over 100 points behind Felipe Drugovich is simply not good enough. I mean, Felipe is a good driver, but I wouldn't say Felipe is, in terms of pure talent, the best driver on this grid for F2. I'd probably say Théo Pourchaire is the absolute best on the F2 grid in terms of talent, but They just simply, the Red Bull Academy drivers haven't done well enough. Liam Lawson, the best really he can do in the F2 Championship before the season ends is finish in 3rd place. By the way, obviously, these standings before the 2 races for F2 at Monza, just to clarify, in case you guys are wondering why the championship standings are now different to what I am showing on screen. But simply, the Red Bull Academy drivers have not been good enough and haven't been really in title contention in 2022, which is why Red Bull want this man, Colton Herta, who races for Andretti in IndyCar, to race for them in 2023 for the AlphaTauri team. But Colton Herta, at the moment, does not have enough super license points. Obviously, we'll get into that in a second. But let's look firstly at his career so far in IndyCar. Obviously, IndyCar, one of the most premier single-seater series in the world, and this is his record in IndyCar since 2019. And when you consider that Andretti have not been that great in IndyCar in the last few years, this is a very impressive record. 7 race wins, 11 podiums, 24 top 6 finishes, 9 pole positions, and he finished 3rd in the Drivers' Championship in IndyCar in 2020. And again, Andretti have not been, say, one of the best teams in IndyCar. They've been on a bit of a downslope for the last few years compared to what they were doing, say 7 or 8 years ago even, for the Andretti team. Also, he is the youngest race winner and youngest pole winner in IndyCar series history. So he's definitely a very good driver. There is no doubt about that. And if we look at the IndyCar Championship standings for this year to see how he's doing in 2022, to be honest, considering that the front of the field in the driver's standings is dominated by Penske or Chip Ganassi drivers, I think Colton Herta is doing pretty well. Also, Alexander Rossi doing pretty well as well. Rossi has been a very good IndyCar driver for the last few years. But yeah, to be 8th and to be doing really the best he could have done so far this season, when Penske and Chip Ganassi are just, so much better, is, I think, quite impressive for Colton, being in 8th place and also being ahead of the McLaren there in P10. Obviously just ahead of him, or not just ahead of him, but almost 100 points are clear of Herta is Pato O'Ward, another highly rated driver for McLaren. But again, because Andretti are not that competitive really at the moment in IndyCar, this is quite impressive what Colton has been doing for the Andretti team in IndyCar. Now, is he good enough to get into Formula One? To be honest, I would say yes. I think he is. If you look at, again, his IndyCar record and the race wins, pole positions, and what he's done for Andretti since he joined IndyCar in 2019, I think he absolutely deserves a chance. I think there is no doubt about that. If you have, Latifi on the grid, we've had Mazepin obviously on the grid in the last couple of years. He absolutely deserves his chance. Will he be a top Formula One driver? I'm not quite sure he would be. I think probably at best he would be a good midfield driver from what I've seen so far, because I do think the level of Formula One is still quite a bit higher than IndyCar, but I think there's definitely a good chance he would be a success in Formula One. But he does not, like I said, have the super license points. Now let's get on to that. So the super license is obviously run by the FIA. Obviously, the list on screen is the FIA president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem. And let's get into quickly what you need for a super license, and also the criteria in terms of what points get you what in what series. So let's get on to that now. So to qualify for an FIA Racing Super License, an applicant must meet the requirements of the FIA's International Sporting Code, and these are the requirements. A minimum of 18 years old at the start of their first F1 competition. Obviously, Colton is, I think, 22, 23, I think, is Colton. An existing holder of an international Grade A competition license, I think he is, Colton. A holder of a valid driving license, I'm pretty sure he is as well. Passing of an FIA theory test on knowledge of F1 sporting codes and regulations when applying for the first time. completed at least 80% of each of the 2 full seasons of any of the single-seater championships reported in Supplement 1 of the regulations. And finally, the most important part, accumulated at least 40 points over the previous 3 seasons in any combination of the championships reported in Supplement 1 of the regulations. So 40 points is what you need, and currently Colton has 32. So it's close, but just not close enough. But let's get into what points get you what in the different series. So when comparing Formula 2 and IndyCar, the 2 series to get the most points out of all of the other series, Formula 2 and IndyCar, so for winning the championship, you get the same amount of points, which is, fair enough. But then, from 2nd place in the championship all the way down to 10th, it becomes, quite frankly, a bit unfair. As, for 2nd and 3rd in the championship, if you finish there in Formula 2, you get the same amount of super license points as you would if you won the F2 championship, which I've got to say doesn't really make any sense, because you shouldn't really be getting as many points as the actual winner of the championship, but there you go. But you can look at IndyCar. IndyCar only gets 30 for 2nd place and 20 for 3rd, and then IndyCar gets only 10 super license points for 4th in the championship, whilst Formula 2 gets 30, and then you can see as it works its way down to 10th that Formula 2 ends up getting more points for each position down to P10, except again for 1st position. So the only way really it's fair is if you actually win the IndyCar series. But as I showed, Colton is not in a team that can win the IndyCar championship right now. And if you watch IndyCar, that is pretty clear to see that that is not going to happen, that Colton is going to win the IndyCar championship. And this, how this works is definitely unfair. Now, I will say it is absolutely understandable as to why they don't give IndyCar as many points as Formula 2. It's because IndyCar does not fall officially under the FIA umbrella like Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula E, and WEC does, as you can see there as you go through down the order. And it's not part of the, the proper FIA system. So I completely understand why the system is the way it is, but that does not mean that that is the correct way of, the system being run. And IndyCar absolutely should have at least the same amount of points, super license points, that Formula 2 has for each of the top 10 positions, not just the same for 1st position, because IndyCar, even though you do get in Formula 2 at times some drivers who are, too good, I would say, for IndyCar and definitely good enough for Formula 1, if you look at the overall grid for IndyCar and compare it to Formula 2, the IndyCar grid is stronger. It's a more competitive series. It's a much harder series to race in and do well in than Formula 2. So I think IndyCar absolutely deserves the points or the same amount of points compared to Formula 2. But what does Colton need if he's going to get onto the Formula 1 grid? Because obviously he's got 32 points at the minute, and if he was to finish 8th in the championship where he is currently, that would put him only up to 35 points. So let's get into the, permutations, you could say, now. Yeah, it's 32 points on his current license. Needs 8 more to qualify for F1 eligibility. And this is one thing I did find in my research, 1 license point is awarded for practice session, but in F1, if 100 kilometers at least is completed during 1 practice session. So they could, AlphaTauri or Red Bull, they could run Colton in the practice sessions remaining for the rest of the season. Singapore, Japan, USA, Mexico, Brazil, and Abu Dhabi. And that might get him enough points to get onto the grid. Again, only if he does at least 100 kilometers in at least one during 1 practice session, which would be hard to do. But if they've got to do it, they've got to do it. So that is one way of getting him onto the Formula 1 grid. And to be honest, because we are towards the end of the motorsport season, coming back to this page now, I don't really see how Colton can get onto the grid for next season, because unless once IndyCar finishes for the year, which I think actually is, this weekend I'm recording this video, I think is when it does finish, is the last Grand Prix of the season, I believe, in IndyCar. The only thing he could do is race in a series in possibly Asia that races during the winter that maybe would get him enough super license points. To be honest, I don't know exactly what series that would be. Maybe next season, instead of racing in IndyCar, he could race in Super Formulas. You can see there, slightly down from the top 3 or 4 championships there. If he races in Super Formula next season, and even if he doesn't win the championship, if he was to finish in, say, 4th place or 5th place, if he gets the 3 points for 8th in IndyCar, he would, if he finishes in the top 5 of the championship in Super Formula, be good enough to get on the grid then for 2024. But what Red Bull want is they want Colton to have an exception and him to be allowed through despite him not having the points necessary. Now, in my opinion, I do not think he should be given an exception or an exemption, whatever you want to call it. The reason is because it's not a good precedent to set, because we don't want teams going for drivers who, haven't got the points yet, and, because, some drivers, what I'm trying to explain here is some drivers who could be attractive to certain teams might be attractive for non-racing reasons, for example. So obviously, Nicholas Latifi is on the F1 grid because he, he's not terrible, but it's mostly because of the financial package he does bring. Now, if you don't have the super license system in place, then teams have a free rein to go and search for drivers who aren't absolutely terrible, but do bring a massive financial package with them to come to the team. And that is why I don't think we should give Colton a pass or wave him through the system, because it wouldn't set a good precedent for the future. Because I think it would be, if they were to allow Colton through with this system, I think it would be abused, this system, in the future by a team, possibly Williams, who are looking for a pay driver. And, maybe they'll look for a driver that has a big financial package, maybe doesn't have enough points, but if he's close enough, maybe they'll apply for him to have some sort of exemption from the current license regulations. So I don't think we should allow Colton to just, again, be waved through and be allowed into F1, even though he doesn't have the super license points. The best way to solve this is, if I go back to this, is to redo the super license point system and quite simply give IndyCar the same amount of points as Formula 2 for each of the top 10 positions in the championship. That's all you have to do. And I think that is the best solution long term, rather than just giving Colton an exception and then not addressing the actual issue, which is that IndyCar does not get enough super license points and definitely doesn't get enough for what it deserves. So again, I don't believe he should get an exemption or an exception, whatever you want to call it. The best way to address this is to give IndyCar the points they deserve, because that will then benefit not just Colton, but future drivers, say American drivers, young American drivers who want to maybe get into Formula 1. And not just American drivers, but others as well that maybe can't find their way through Formula 3 and Formula 2 in that system, or maybe live in America and find it easier to go through the American system rather than the European system. It would make it so there's more of an opportunity there for those drivers to possibly get onto the Formula 1 grid at a future date if the points are there for them to, be or be able to qualify for Formula 1. But there is no doubt about it that Colton Herta is absolutely good enough for Formula 1, but I'm not quite sure we should accept him or give him exemption from the super license system. Let me know, guys, in the comment section what you think about Colton Herta and this whole controversy, and what you think should happen with this. And let me know what you think just in general of the whole situation as we wait to see whether Colton Herta will indeed be on the grid for 2023. And there you go, guys. That is that done with. And what I'm going to do quickly is I'm just going to delete a lot of this stuff quickly so my stream will run smoother. You are going to see all these pictures and stuff again, so sorry about that. And yeah, let me know, guys, in the live chat, what did you think of what I had to say? And I'll get to your comments soon enough. Let me just delete all of this stuff. There's quite a lot of stuff that I added to the stream. And yeah, I just want my stream to be able to absolutely run smoother with, you know, less stuff in my OBS system. And there you go. And we'll get onto that quote thing in a minute. And actually, you know what? I'll come to your guys' comments in a minute because I've also got to get into a couple of other things. So keep your comments coming. Keep your comments coming in the chat because I will get to them in a second. I just need to get onto a couple more things. What I'm going to get onto now are some interesting comments from not just Matteo Binotto, but also the Ferrari CEO, John Elkann, in regards to, you know, do Ferrari need to change team personnel? Do Ferrari need to do this, do that? And, you know, what will Ferrari be able to accomplish in the next few years? Because after Nico Rosberg said that Formula 2 and Formula 3 teams have a better strategy and just organization or operation than Ferrari have, which is absolutely right in saying they absolutely do, Binotto had his response a couple days later to that. So let's get into that. If you're a Ferrari fan, you might want to wince when you look at this because it's definitely not a great quote. He says, quote, "We will not change people because we've got great people. It has proved that in sport, what's more important is simply the stability and make sure that you are improving day by day and race after race. So we've got great people on the team. We are a great team." Jesus fucking Christ. That is just enormous amounts of cope, that is. And he says, "I have no doubt on that. It took years of experience for all teams to be at the front, and I think there is no reason why it should be different for ourselves." And this quote is exactly why Ferrari are not going to win anything, because Binotto is in complete denial as to Ferrari's actual situation. If I go through this quote quickly and criticise, you know, what needs to be criticised. When he says it's been proved in sport, what's more important is simply stability. Stability is important, but only if you've got the right people in place. If you've got the right people in place, then yes, make sure you have stability. But if you don't, then if you keep those same people, eventually you speed up the rotting of the team and really make the rot quite big at a team. We hear the term quite a bit in football, where if you keep a lot of players at a football club who have been there for years and haven't really done anything or anywhere near to the level that you want or expect, they're called dead wood that you need to get rid of. That's basically what Ferrari have. They have certain people at their team, dead wood, that have been there for years, not performed, yet they keep getting chance after chance, and Naoki Rueda being one of them. And then he goes on to say, so we've got great people on the team. I mean, I don't doubt there are some good people on the team, but I wouldn't say great. And then he says, we are a great team. There is absolutely no evidence to suggest they're a great team. And then he goes on to say something he actually said in earlier in the season. He said, it took years and experience for all teams to be at the front, and I think there is no reason why it should be different for ourselves. The difference is, if we look at Mercedes, for example, they were clearly building towards 2014 and were acquiring very good pieces for that year. Ferrari are not acquiring very good pieces. You know, Mercedes, they went out and got Paddy Lowe. Obviously, they had Ross Brawn from the Brawn team, who really helped in getting that team into the shape it was for the 2014 season when they started dominating Formula 1. And then, you know, put other people in place as well. I think Aldo Costa, another designer, very good designer that Ferrari obviously let go of in 2011. So, you know, it's about putting the right people in place, not just, you know, one team getting more experience and then just suddenly, you know, becoming better. That's not how it works. And if you look at, you know, the Ferrari dominant team in the past, yeah, it did take a few years for them to be world champions, but they still went out and got, you know, the best people really they could have got, rather than just sitting there and doing not much about it, which is what Ferrari have been doing. So, you know, him saying it takes years and experience for all of the teams to be at the front, and there's no reason why they can't do it themselves. I mean, they could, but only if they actually went out and started hiring the right people and the best people now, then maybe in 3 or 4 years' time they would be at a level of being world champions. Rook says stability equals please don't sack me. Yeah. Anyway, let's go on to what John Elkann had to say in regards to Binotto, the team, and Ferrari's world championship hopes he thinks in the next few years. So this is what he had to say. I believe that trusting Binotto and his team was the right choice, and it paid off. Yeah, Ferrari fans, you might want to start crying when you hear that from the top man at Ferrari. Thanks to them, we are competitive and winning again. That quote right there just shows the lowering of standards. Yes, you're competitive. Yes, you've won races, but Ferrari are supposed to be championship contenders every season. That is what the expectation should be. And when Ferrari used to have that expectation, you know, back when they were winning titles, they won a lot of titles. So yeah, just again, a clear illustration of the lowering of standards. It's all about just being competitive rather than actually trying to win the championship. Or if they're going to try and win the championship, they'll only do it their way, not the best way that has been proven to work by hiring the best people regardless of where they come from. And then he goes on to say, but there is no doubt that the working Maranello in the pits, on the pit wall, and at the wheel needs to mature. We must continue to grow. This applies to the mechanics, for the engineers, for the drivers, and obviously for all of the management. So at least he said that, but I don't understand why he said that, but then said that, you know, trusting Binotto was the right choice and it's paid off, because I just don't see how that is the case. And then he goes on to say, quote, including the team principle, we have seen it on reliability, on driving, on strategy. There are still too many mistakes. And then he says, we have aimed to be competitive first and foremost. Obviously, that is the first aim if you're going to be a world champion. And then he says, quote, if you are not competitive, you have no margins while you can work on reliability. This is why I'm confident that between now and 2026, Ferrari will return to winning a Constructors and Drivers World Championship. To be honest, this statement seems more of a PR statement than anything, rather than an actual confidence, because obviously Ferrari have been an absolute joke this season. And what this illustrates to me, this quote, is that Ferrari are still, just as Binotto, you know, with what he was saying, they are still in full denial. And until Ferrari start actually accepting that there are problems that you know need to be sorted out, and that they can't win a championship unless those problems have been sorted, problems being certain personnel at their teams, then they are never going to win a world championship. First stage of what's it? The first stage of recovery, is it acceptance that there's an issue? Is that what it is? I think so. You know, Ferrari haven't even got to that point. They're still at the denial phase that there's a problem. So maybe they'll hit rock bottom very soon. We'll see. But yeah, one thing I don't understand, I've got to say quickly, with Binotto, is when some people praise him, which, I mean, if you want to praise him, go for it. You know, if you have that opinion, then again, go for it. But when people say, oh, he deserves credit for getting them back to a competitive state for this year, true, but two things. One, he only returned them to where they were in 2019 when he took over as team boss. So it's not like they're better now than they were in 2019, really. Because in 2019 they had a car that was pretty quick, even though it had a legal power unit, of course. But, you know, they bottled the championship after about 5-6 races. And then, yeah, as well, Yeah, he's returned them to a competitive front-running state. There is no doubt about that. But Ferrari, again, they are supposed to be that team that contends for the championship every season. That is the expectation for Ferrari. So, him returning them to a competitive state is not much of an achievement to me. Really, if you're going to be a success as a Ferrari team boss, you've got to be winning a championship rather than just being contending maybe or just being a front-running team. That's not a successful Ferrari team boss in my mind. And the same would go, I would say, for Mercedes, for Red Bull. I guess you could say probably back in the day for McLaren as well. Maybe not so much now. I think now, I think if they were to become a front-running team again, even if they weren't title contenders, McLaren, I think McLaren, I think whoever was team boss of them would be, counted as a success. But yeah, I just don't get why Ferrari have just done this to themselves. They've just absolutely surrendered themselves to this fate, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what Bonotto and John Elkin had to say. Let me know in the chat, guys, what you think of all those comments from Bonotto and Elkin. Now, one final thing I'm going to get onto before we get into properly building up into qualifying and also reading out your comments in the chat. I am going to get into the, I'm going to get into an onboard lap of the Monza circuit. Here is, of course, a track map. The Temple of Speed, this circuit is known as, and it is the most powerful power circuit on the Formula 1 calendar and pretty much in Formula 1, or in the world, as well. One of the most powerful, at least. And yeah, is a historical track. We've been racing here, I think, since the 1920s. It's one of the oldest and still best racetracks on the calendar and in the world. But let's get into what it takes to have a good qualifying lap here at Monza. And here is a onboard lap of a guy in an F2 car from, I think, earlier this year, possibly it might be last year. So he starts his lap as he comes across the start-finish line now. There's another guy in an F2 car just ahead as he comes down to turn 1. And you can see it goes a bit tunnely into turn 1 in terms of how it tightens the track on the entry as he locks up into turn 1. Turn 1 and turn 2 is purely about hitting the apex. It's not hitting the sausage curve on the inside of the curve because that will really upset your car balance. But yeah, exit of turn 2 as well, very, very important. Goes through turn 3, which is Curva Grande. And now into the second chicane. And the second chicane, the entry, you've got to attack it, but just, again, make sure you don't hit the inside of that curb too hard. And then the exit of that corner, turn 5, the exit of the second chicane, you've got to run as wide as possible without going into the gravel. Then into the Lesmos, and with the Lesmos, it's all about getting the front end in as much as possible and extracting as much of as you can on the exit of the corner with the car. Then you come onto the second DRS straight down to the Ascari chicane, which is obviously another overtaking place for the race tomorrow. Then into the Ascari chicane and attacking that inside curve, very important. Maybe not too much, but still attacking it important. Then flat through the middle and the end of the Ascari chicane. And then you come through to the final corner, the Parabolica. Now, hitting the apex is important with almost every corner in Formula 1, but attacking this corner is what is most important. You don't necessarily have to absolutely hit the apex of the Parabolica. It's all about really attacking it and not leaving any time spared at that corner. And that is a lap of the Monza circuit, and that's what it takes to have a good qualifying lap around this track. And one final thing we'll get into quick is the FP2 data from yesterday, just to see what it was looking like from yesterday, because obviously that's the most competitive session we've probably had so far this weekend. And by the way, credit to lightsoutblog.com and at lightsoutf1 blog on Twitter. Make sure to go check him out in those respective places. So yesterday, I think quite clearly Red Bull were running with a bit less power and probably a bit more fuel as well compared to Ferrari, because in the first sector they were a quarter of a second away from Ferrari, but then in sector 2 and sector 3 were actually quicker. I mean, we have seen in practice 3 that Red Bull were quite a bit quicker than Ferrari. So yeah, Red Bull definitely have the better car this weekend compared to Ferrari. No doubt about that, and not really a surprise. For Mercedes, in Sector 1 yesterday, they weren't doing really any worse than you would have expected. Sector 2 and Sector 3, though, they were losing a third of a second in each of those sectors, respectively, which is a bit of a surprise. Now, we'll see in qualifying how they do in those sectors, but really, in those sectors alone, they can't really be losing any more than a quarter of a second if they're going to get a decent qualifying position, considering the pace of their car overall. But I still think they'll have the third best car here in qualifying. McLaren with Lando Norris were very competitive yesterday. I don't think they'll be quite that competitive today, but Norris was looking very good in practice 3 as well. So looking good for a top 10 start in for the race, but also getting to the top 10 in qualifying itself. Daniel Ricciardo obviously massively off the pace. Alpine, obviously another team that does tend to sandbag a bit on a Friday. In the first sector, you can see they're running quite a bit off the pace compared to McLaren, about a quarter of a second off the pace compared to McLaren, but then improved quite a bit in Sector 2 and Sector 3, and they have turned things up for today. And obviously in Practice 3, Alonso was in P5. So for the top 5 teams, I would say it's probably Red Bull quickest, Ferrari second, Mercedes third, Alpine fourth, McLaren fifth, which is as expected. Then after that, again, such a shame that Alex Albon is out with appendicitis and Nick de Vries is replacing him because he was very quick yesterday. And with his lap times, with the ideal lap, Williams were the 6th best team in Practice 2. So watch out for Williams in qualifying because they are going to be quick. Alfa Romeo also decently quick. Zhou Guanyu wasn't too bad, I don't think, in Practice 3. I think he was in 10th or 11th place, actually, towards the end of that session. AlphaTauri not looking as quick as they really should be. In the first sector yesterday were quite slow. We'll see how they get on in this qualifying session, whether they can improve that first sector speed. Maybe they were just running a bit too much wing yesterday, not quite sure. Aston Martin, they were slow really in all of the sectors yesterday, and for the overall lap were pretty slow as well. And from what I've seen so far of the running here today on Practice 3, that finished almost an hour ago, they were pretty slow as well in that session, so not looking good for them. And Haas F1 also looking very slow, which is quite surprising to see because I thought they'd be a bit quicker this weekend than they were really at Zandvoort, where they obviously qualified 8th with Mick Schumacher a week ago. And for the ideal lap for Practice 2, they were the slowest team. But yeah, Aston Martin and Haas will be at the back. Williams, Alfa Romeo and AlphaTauri will be contending to get into Q3. The top 2 midfield teams will be McLaren and Alpine, with Alpine being the quickest out of the 2. And then it'll be Red Bull, the quickest team, from Ferrari second and Mercedes third, in my opinion. Now I'm going to quickly just delete some of this stuff again so the stream can run a bit smoother. So let me just quickly do that now. And then I will get the timer back on screen, guys, so don't worry about that. And I will, for the next probably half an hour, read out your comments in the chat. So keep them coming in the chat, and I'll get to them very soon. Right. I think there is an hour and 9 minutes to go until qualifying does begin. So yeah, as well, let me know what you think is going to happen in qualifying itself in the chat as well. And I'll quickly say again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I will be live for up until about half an hour after qualifying finishes today. And tomorrow, I'll be going live at 12 PM UK time. Firstly, for an hour and a half until 1:30 for the race preview. 1:30 till 4 PM UK time with the race watch-along. The race starts again tomorrow at 2 PM UK time. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be live with a reaction to the Grand Prix itself. So make sure to join me for that. And again, don't forget, if you are new to the channel, to subscribe for that. And for everyone watching right now, if you have not already, don't forget to smash that like button. As well, Niblo, I think, he's not in the chat anymore, but he will be joining me tomorrow because obviously there's no football this weekend because it was cancelled, annoyingly, and stupidly cancelled. So, yeah, he'll be joining me tomorrow on commentary. And I've just actually found a tweet, thankfully, from Chris Medland that lists out all of the different penalties for this weekend. I'll get to that before we get to qualifying. And yeah, let's get into your comments in the chat. And again, let me know what you think of the Colton Herta situation, which I got into earlier. And let me know also what you think of Bonotto and Elkan's comments there. And yeah, what you think is going to happen in qualifying itself. Let me know in the live chat for the next half an hour or so at least. And I'll get into your comments now. Right. Let me just go to the start of these comments. Astro Stevo says, how does Colton Herta stack up versus Michael Andretti when he had his brief and truncated season at McLaren in 1993? Michael won the title the year before he joined F1. The thing is, I don't know enough really about IndyCar. I think at the time it was called Kart, that series. I don't know enough about it to know, like, you know, was the team he was racing for, was it a lot better than the one out Colton has been racing for? I don't quite know, to be honest. Astro Steve also says, Gasly and Ocon don't get on. I reckon Ricciardo return to Renault would be far better choice all round. Admittedly, I'm biased, but still. I mean, yeah, but I think clashes between midfield drivers is a lot less likely, to be honest, than it is for, say, if they were a front-running team. I mean, you never know. They could become a front-running team somehow next season or in a few years' time, but yeah. If I was Alpine, I would go for Gasly, to be honest, because what do you call it? He's the best driver available, I think. I mean, Daniel Ricciardo, yes, we have seen him be great back in 2020, obviously for the same team. But if you look at it right now, I think Gasly is the best option available based on current performance. And Astro Steve also says, Gasly has been underwhelming this year. Admittedly, a bad car, but Rick is a multiple race winner with more experience and talent, despite this year would be a better choice. Eric says, could Yuri Vips have driven for AlphaTauri in F1 had he not been cut? No, I don't think he would have, because, I mean, even if he was still with Red Bull, he's still behind, was it Liam Lawson and Iwasa in the F2 Championship. So, you know, they're not going to give it to him if he's not even the best Red Bull Academy driver in the championship. So, no, I don't think that would have happened. Josiah says IndyCar should be worth more than F2. I think, yeah, you could make that argument, but I would say the best solution is to make it equal, because I mean, I think we can all understand, like I said in the bit I did, we can all understand why the FIA award more points to F2. It's because it falls under their proper umbrella and is in their system. I completely get the reasoning, even though I disagree with that. I think a lot of people do as well. So, yeah, I don't think it's a surprise at how the system works, but I don't think IndyCar should get more points than F2, and the reason is to make, I think, F2 still attractive for drivers, you know, to try and race in. Because let's say if you gave, I don't know, 10 or more points for each position compared to F2, you'd get drivers then, instead of racing in Europe, you'd get them racing in America, where the competition, I mean, in IndyCar, the competition is good, but when you go down from IndyCar into more of the younger formula, it's not great, to be honest, the competition in American younger junior Formula Series. So it would actually harm European junior formulas if that was to happen. Let's look at some other comments here. Josiah says IndyCar literally has at least a 3-way decider every year. This year we've got a 5-way title decider. IndyCar has a lot higher skill and has a lot more competition. Yeah, I'd say that. Astro Steve says F2 is designed as a pathway to F1, though, along with F3. Maybe they should have more F2 races or a similar series in the USA. I think the best solution is what I said. Just give them the same amount of points. F2 should have more of a presence in the United States. Could find more talent. I am surprised that they don't do F2 races in America, because I think the Americans, from an entertainment point of view, they'd love the F2 races, seeing them before obviously the F1 races or F1 qualifying sessions take place, or after. And yeah, Josiah's saying in chat, if you've got Sky F1, check out the Indy race tomorrow. I probably won't be able to, because I'm either going to be asleep tomorrow night when it's on, or I'm going to be watching the tennis. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that IndyCar finale. But yeah, as he said, I think there's a 5-way title decider tomorrow night between, I think it's Will Power, Joseph Newgarden, Scott Dixon, Scott McLaughlin, and Marcus Ericsson, I believe. Josiah says Pato Award is better than Colton Herta, and no one is talking about him getting a seat. That says all you need to know. Yeah, I think you're possibly right. I think Pato possibly is better than Colton, but one thing I forgot to mention in that video is, I mean, I have watched IndyCar races. I have watched a couple this season, but I don't have the best knowledge of IndyCar. I do know that Andretti for the last few years haven't been great, because I did do some research last night on that. But yeah, Prank says you have to have 30 super license points to be considered for an exemption. You are right, they need to fix the points. I don't think we should have exemptions, because I think, again, it sets a bad precedent for the future. Because you don't actually have to race in the absolute best junior formula or best series that filter under Formula 1 to get enough super license points to be considered for an exemption. So yeah, like I said, I think it's really to protect against teams also going for drivers that maybe have enough super license points for an exemption or to be considered for one, but are pretty much just a paid driver. What about O'Ward? Could he get into F2 and F1 with McLaren? To be honest, now that Piastri is with McLaren for next year, I don't really see what Pato's future plan is. I mean, maybe if he wants to go into Formula 1, maybe leave McLaren and join up with someone else. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, I don't know what Pato's plan really is. I think with Pato, he's probably just going to stay in IndyCar. I don't think we'll see him racing in Formula 1, unfortunately. So yeah, a shame, but yeah, that's the way it works. Unfortunately, this wasn't chosen by McLaren. Anders Ericsson says no exception for one driver, instead change the rules. Bonotto's a full. Yeah, that says Josiah there. KH says Ferrari doesn't have the right people, need new management. Brett says Paul Mick has only got 19 laps around this weekend. How does Haas expect him to perform well? Yeah, it's not great, Haas and their reliability, but it's not really, I don't think it's really them. I think it's Ferrari's reliability, because it's all the Ferrari powered teams that are suffering. They've completed by far the least amount of laps Ferrari powered teams compared to Mercedes powered teams and Renault powered team and the two basically Honda powered teams on the grid as well. So yeah, not great reliability there for Ferrari. But let me try and find some more comments here. KH says I'd fire the lot. Ferrari's just cringeworthy, absolute flipping clown, so infuriating and embarrassing, says Astro Stevo. Hello, by the way, to Jazztastic, good to see you. And also Astro Stevo says, surely there needs to be consequences and sackings for repeated absolute massive stuff-ups. How the fuck does a strategy team at Ferrari still have jobs? Well, because, again, the standards, like I said previously, the standards have been lowered to the point where they don't actually know what makes a championship-winning team anymore at Ferrari. Joe Sykes says, yeah, the first step on the road to recovery is admitting you have a problem. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, this is a completely different story, but you guys remember when I had my massive depression about 2.5 years ago where I was absolutely suicidal. It's the same with me. The first, how I started recovering, I think it was about May of 2020, was I finally started to admit what problems that I needed to work on with myself that I wasn't, doing great at, and also other things that I could do to improve my self-esteem, life in general. And, since then, I've improved my life quite a bit. And I would say, like I have said a few times this year has been the happiest I've ever been in my life. And been the best year of my life, except for the staph infection I had this year, at the start of the year, which was annoying. But, yeah, if you're gonna recover in any type of situation in life, whether it be for a failing business, a failing sports team, again, depression like I had, again, the first step to recovery is admitting you have a problem, and then listing out all the problems, and then one by one working on them. But Ferrari, I'm not sure how long it'll be until they actually start admitting there's a problem. It might be years until they come to that point. And the longer it comes to that point, the longer they will go without winning a championship. And by the way, in regards to me, yeah, my life definitely has improved since I finally started admitting I had a problem with how my life was going. And yeah, my life's in a much better position now. Obviously, do this YouTube stuff, which I'm, what do you call it? I'm excited doing and have a lot of fun doing. Also have a part-time job, on the go, which I didn't have at all, obviously, before the COVID pandemic. And on Tuesday, guys, I have my induction day at uni for my first year at uni. So, yeah, my life's improved massively after, I went on the road to recovery. So, yeah, let's see if Ferrari can do that soon. KH, and how will Ferrari mess up this weekend? Well, what is going to be, I think, bad for the Ferrari fans is, because Verstappen has his penalty, Leclerc is going to start most likely on pole position for tomorrow's race. So it's going to hurt even more when they inevitably fuck things up or just get hammered by Red Bull being too quick, to be honest. Let's find some other comments here in the chat. Williams doing better than I expected. Is their car better? At least better than Haas and Aston Martin? Yeah, well, I expected it to be quick here because obviously of the immense straight line speed they have in that car. Just to let you guys know, by the way, in about 20 minutes, I'd say, 20-25 minutes, we'll start going on to the teams respectively, one by one, and getting into, how I think they'll get on in this session. So we will get into that soon enough. Astro Stevo asks, what was the last good driver to come out of IndyCar? Eddie Cheever. Theo Farby had pole at Indy, if memory serves. I don't have that big of a knowledge of IndyCar. Yeah, Eddie Cheever was a decent driver. Theo Farby was a decent driver as well, so yeah. Hello, by the way, to Brabham in the chat. Good to see you. Annalene as well. I think I just saw you in the chat as well. Astro Stevo, do you watch IndyCar other series, Chaz? Used to love watching MotoGP when it was on proper telly, free to air. But that stopped this year and do still watch the Aussie Supercars. I did used to watch MotoGP back in 2015 and 2014 when, at the time, I wouldn't say I was losing interest or losing my love for Formula 1, but I was losing a bit of interest in the season that year because 2015, it was so boring, Formula 1. So boring. We had a few decent races that year, but yeah, it was such a boring season. And I think towards the end of that year, I was paying more attention to the IndyCar, or not IndyCar, the MotoGP season. And what was it? It was Marc Marquez versus Valentino Rossi. I think the final race was in Valencia, I believe. And it's a shame Rossi didn't win the title that year because he was very good. But then you had that old controversy, I remember, in Sepang, where Rossi had contact with Marquez. But Box chicken. I wonder how Ferrari messed it up this time. I'm going for putting on the wrong tyres. Well, we'll see, obviously. Rook, what is the predicted tyre strap this weekend? Chaz, and does anyone know the pit stop time loss here? Pit stop time loss here should be about 24-25 seconds. And it's going to be a one-stop strategy, most likely, on Sunday. Because of the amount of time you lose in the pit lane and because tyres don't wear out that much here at Monza compared to other circuits. So, yeah, it'll be a one-stop Grand Prix. Not sure what tyres they'll start on or finish on, but it'll be a one-stop race. There's no doubt, really, about that. But let me read out some other comments quick, and then I think we might start to get into the teams actually in a minute rather than in about 10-15 minutes time. KH says, what about starting harder than 2 more pit stops? Just ripping on Ferrari for good reason. Yeah. Ferrari are the type of team that would do a 2-stop for no reason, to be honest. But, that's them. And we'll see what fuck-ups and what comedy they can provide us this weekend. I've got to say, though, the Ferrari car looks really nice this weekend with its new livery. The yellow towards to the rear end of the car, and obviously the yellow Ferrari writing on the rear wing looks really nice as well. So, yeah. Frank says, you see what Callum Ilott said about super license points? I saw what you said about IndyCar being better, but I didn't quite see what he said about super license points. But I think me and him would pretty much agree on the whole situation, to be honest. I mean, maybe disagree on whether he deserves an exemption or not, but I think we would pretty much agree on that the super license system needs to be changed and that IndyCar needs to be given equal points to Formula 2. But the thing is, with the FIA, they're so stubborn with everything when it comes to motorsport, except for safety, that who knows if they'll actually, do anything about it. They might have this system in place for the next 10-15 years, who knows? To be honest, which would be quite sad, to be honest, because, again, the system isn't... I mean, it's a good system. I think it is. It's a good system to have, and I know people will say, "Oh, but they only created it because Max Verstappen came into Formula 1 when he was 17, and it stops maybe some other great drivers coming into Formula 1 when they're 17." I mean, yeah, but I think it is a right rule to have. You don't want drivers coming into Formula 1 that haven't got a valid driving license in real life, or who are just way too young and inexperienced. I mean, Max Verstappen, the reason he succeeded so much as a 17-year-old is because he is a generational talent. And he's going to be ending up probably one of the best drivers of all time. So you can't really compare him to a typical 16, 17-year-old because, typical 16, 17-year-old who's racing in, say, Formula 3 or Formula 2, because Max Verstappen is... an anomaly, just like Lewis Hamilton is, or Fernando Alonso, or Sebastian Vettel, Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher. Those drivers are an anomaly. They're not usually the type of drivers you get in motorsport all at the same time every 5-10 years or so. Prank says, yes, you did agree. Callum said Herta should be in F1. I mean, is he one of the best 20 drivers in motorsport? Because that is basically what Formula 1, the premise behind the 20 drivers is supposed to be. It's supposed to be the 20 best drivers in the world. Is Colton one of the best 20 drivers in the world? I'm not sure he is. But considering the drivers, certain drivers we've had in the last few years in Formula 1, I think he definitely deserves a chance in Formula 1. I think he's definitely good enough to succeed in Formula 1. Maybe not to the point of winning like championships, winning a race in Formula 1, but I think he could definitely succeed as being a good midfield driver. I don't think there's any doubt about that with Colton. So I don't see a problem with giving him an opportunity, really. But one thing I am going to do, guys, is I'm going to quickly have a drink, because obviously I didn't do my break video that normally I do for the build up to qualifying, which normally gives me a bit of a break from speaking, gives me a chance to have a drink, go toilet, and do all that stuff. So I'm going to quickly just have a drink for a sec and clear my throat as well. So I will be back in about 10 seconds or so. So yeah, keep posting your comments in chat, and also not just about the situations or topics I've talked about, but also let me know what you think is going to happen in qualifying, and for the next 46 minutes or so, guys, let me know in the live chat, who do you think is getting pole position for this Italian Grand Prix? What do you think the top 5 will be in qualifying? Let me know in the live chat. My prediction, obviously I'll get onto the teams in a second, but my prediction is Verstappen first, Leclerc second, and then I think Sainz third, I'm going to go. Actually, no, Perez third, Sainz fourth, and then Lewis Hamilton in P5. That's the top 5 I'm going to go for in qualifying. Obviously, with the grid penalty situation, that is, that is not going to be the starting top 5 if that's how it actually does finish. But yeah, let me know in the chat how you think it will finish in qualifying with the top 5, and I'll be back in a few seconds' time. Right, there you go. That feels a lot better for my throat. And KH in the chat says, I agree with Chaz on top 5 unless there's a mistake. Yeah, I think the top 5 that I just went for is most likely going to be the top 5. I'd be surprised, to be honest, if it was massively different. I don't think Mercedes are... I don't think Mercedes are good enough to get any of their cars in the top 4 in qualifying. I mean, obviously, they will start with Russell probably in second or third, something like that. But yeah, I don't think Mercedes have got the pace really to be in the top 4. And we have to remember as well, Lewis Hamilton has a pretty good qualifying record here at Monza, even though he will be providing a tow to George Russell in this session, but I'm still going to go with Lewis Hamilton in P5 because I just think he'll still be good enough. Anders Ericsson says, agree on top 5 after seeing FP3. Astro Steve says, top 5 Sai. I wish I could say something with Wild, plausibly, but nah, I'm going to be Max Pole yet again, then probably Perez, Leclerc, Russell, Hamilton for the rest of the order. For the top 5. Nishant, I think it is, says Max will give Checo a tow and Ferrari will give Max a tow. Red Bull's biggest fan, Ferrari. And let's see if there is anything else I can find in the chat right now I haven't read. Oh yeah, no, this comment from Astro Steve that I think I went past about how Mario Andretti was a legend and 1978 champion, but can't really think of anyone else who's made the Indy F1 transition work, and certainly not in many decades. There has been drivers that have, but it's just, again, they haven't made it to the point of like coming into Formula 1 and being a champion for obviously a long time. Again, Eddie Cheever, if he was an IndyCar or whatever was, in place of IndyCar back then. and then made the transition to Formula 1. Eddie was pretty much in the midfield. And then, yeah, Teo Fabi, I'd say, was kind of midfield-ish as well. Teo did actually get a pole position in Formula 1, I think in Austria in 1986, I think it was. Teo Fabi got pole for Benetton. I think he actually got 2 or 3 pole positions. He was pretty quick drive for Teo, but only did like 2 or 3 years in F1. And then I think might have gone back to America. I'm not quite sure. Aline says Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Hamilton for the top 5 in her opinion. Just quickly looking at Twitter to see if there's any news quickly in regards to obviously qualifying that's coming up. If you guys don't already know, Alex Albon will not be in the Williams for the rest of the weekend because he has appendicitis and is in hospital, sadly. So Nick De Vries will take over his car. And I will let you guys know officially the grid penalty situation before we get into qualifying itself as well. Actually, hold on. Did I just mute my microphone a second? Hold on. I think I just left my mic on mute. How long was I muted for, guys? Just let me know in the chat quickly, because I just noticed my mic was on mute. Must have muted it for like a minute or so. Jesus fucking Christ, I am tired. Like I said, I've not had much sleep, so I'm not in the best mental state, put it that way. Not in terms of like, you know, mental health, but I haven't had my proper sleep, put it that way. Yep, like 10 seconds. Right, okay. Fucking hell. Yeah, I have been a bit sleepy today. I know the thumbnail of this stream was actually the wrong thumbnail up until like literally right before I was about to start, and I had to change it. So yeah, yeah, I'm a bit sleepy. To be honest, I said, yeah, you did for about 30 seconds. Yeah, I think I was about to burp and I tried to mute my microphone, and then I forgot to unmute it. So yeah, it just shows how tired I am. One thing I will say as well is you guys obviously won't quite understand this as much because obviously you're not content creators, but even as a content creator, triple headers in F1 are fucking exhausting. Because especially with the amount of content I do, when you get to the final race of the triple header, like I said, it is absolutely exhausting. And you're not like sick of F1, but it feels because obviously I do, you know, such long streams. It just feels very tiring by the time you get to that third weekend. So that also doesn't help. Thankfully, though, there is a couple weeks, next couple weekends, there are no F1 races, so at least I'll be refreshed for the final 6 races of the season. And yeah, after this weekend, we've got Singapore, Japan, USA, Mexico, Brazil, and Abu Dhabi remaining on the calendar. And yeah, one final thing I want to quickly talk about, which I may as well talk about now, for you guys, is yeah, it's the content schedule coming up between, you know, the conclusion of this weekend's race and the next Grand Prix, which is at the start of October in Singapore. So obviously, yeah, the next 2.5 weeks after this race weekend finishes, there is not going to be any obviously F1 races or anything like that. there will be content on the channel, so don't worry about that. If there is stuff to cover from the race weekend itself, I will do a video or a stream on Monday. If it is a stream, then I will do a stream on Monday, then upload the main topic. Record the main topic so I can upload it on the Tuesday. And then that Colton Herta topic I did earlier in this build-up to qualifying, I'll upload that probably on Wednesday. But if I do a review of the main topic of the race as just a recorded video, I'll upload that on the Monday, and then probably the Colton Herta video on the Tuesday for you guys. But then after that, what the plan is I'm going to do probably a stream later next week, probably this time next week, where I'm going to get into some topics and record all of the topics so I can upload them separately as videos. Do the same for the week after, and then obviously the week after that we are back for the Singapore Grand Prix. So there will be content on the channel, don't worry about that. There's going to be, after we get to say next Wednesday, from that point on until the Singapore weekend starts, I think on the 1st of October, or not the 1st of October, the 30th of September is when the weekend starts on the Friday practice day. Between the I think 15th and 30th of September, there will be at least 2 streams, and then from those streams, again, I'll record all the topics and upload them separately as recorded videos. So again, that will be what is coming up on the channel, just to let you guys know. And I hope you'll all enjoy it. And I haven't actually got any topics ready at the moment for what I'm gonna talk about, but obviously I haven't thought about it yet because I need to really concentrate on one thing at a time. But yeah, there you go. But one thing I'm going to do quickly before we go on to the teams, which we're going to do so in a minute, is I am going to quickly post the link back out on my community tab on my homepage and on Twitter as well. Let me just do that, guys, and then we'll get into the build up to qualifying. And for the next 30 minutes, guys, let me know in the chat if you haven't already, what do you think is going to happen in qualifying? What is your predicted top 5 for qualifying today? Let me know in the chat, and I'll get to your comments right before we get to qualifying itself. Come join us here to Watchalong qualifying at Monza. And I'll just quickly post it out on Twitter as well. Come join. Actually, wait, let me just do it this way. Just post it how I normally would post it. And should get this tweet done in just a second. Just got to do get the link on there and then do the hashtags. And what was I going to say? Yeah, just so you guys know, my prediction for qualifying today is Verstappen to finish first, and then Leclerc second, Perez third, Sainz fourth, Hamilton fifth. Let me know if you agree or disagree with that prediction. And hold on, just got to do one final hashtag, then we can get going here. There you go. So let's now, I think, get into the proper build-up to qualifying. Here at the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, as we have 33.5 minutes to go, guys, until qualifying begins at Monza. So get ready for that. And just want to say again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Because obviously we'll be covering race day tomorrow as well. 5 hours of content probably tomorrow, covering, doing the race preview, race watch along, and the race reaction as well. As I previously mentioned, you can check out the schedule, the full schedule, on my community tab. If you go a few posts down, you'll find my full schedule for the Italian Grand Prix. You go there, and whilst you're on my homepage, don't forget to, again, subscribe, but also hit the notifications bell too. And for everyone watching right now, if you have not already, don't forget to smash that like button. But let's now get into the teams, and we'll start with Red Bull Racing. And yeah, my predictions with Red Bull have come absolutely true. I said in my qualifying preview last night that I thought Red Bull were sandbagging, and they clearly were, because Verstappen ended up in practice 3.5 tenths clear of Leclerc. And I don't see, unless Verstappen has a reliability problem or makes a massive mistake, I do not see how Leclerc or anyone can get close to Max Verstappen. Verstappen is going to finish in first, obviously has a 5-place penalty, and that will obviously affect his, his grid position and where he starts. But ultimately, even if he starts in 6th place for the Grand Prix tomorrow, he will still probably win the Italian Grand Prix with the amount of pace that Red Bull have with their car. For Sergio Perez, he has a 10-place penalty, just Perez. So if he can qualify in what do you call it, in P10, or not P10, what am I talking about? If he can qualify at least 3rd, with some of the drivers taking penalties, Perez might actually start, not too bad of a position considering the penalty he has for the Grand Prix. So Sergio Perez, top 3, I think would be the ideal result for him, and I think that would be a good result for Sergio. Hasn't always been that quick in qualifying here at Monza. He's always been very good in the race here at Monza. Obviously had a podium here in 2012, where he started, I think, 14th or 15th on the grid and ended up finishing 2nd in the Grand Prix itself. So, yeah, Sergio has a good race record here. Qualifying, not so much, but he really needs to get into 3rd place, does Sergio Perez, I think, to show that he has good pace for this weekend. But Red Bull, without a doubt, they've got the fastest car for this weekend. Not just in qualifying, but I think they will probably have the best car for the race as well. And they're going to be pretty hard to stop at all parts of the weekend. Now we'll go on to the Ferrari team. And Ferrari, yes, it is their home Grand Prix. And there have been some races in the past few years where they've had great chances to win the Italian Grand Prix and even be on pole position. But just, this weekend, when you ultimately look at the car they have and whether it'll be quick enough to be properly fighting for first place in qualifying and to be winning the race tomorrow, Ferrari just do not have that car. Yes, they are running a bit less downforce to combat the straight line speed advantage that Red Bull do have, but they just simply still don't have enough top end speed. And because they're having to cut that speed off, they're then losing speed in the corners where normally they'd be better than Red Bull. And Red Bull, because they've got their straight line speed advantage, they are running with a bit more downforce, a bit more rear wing than they would do normally. So I wouldn't say would do normally, I mean obviously would do normally at this certain track. Red Bull have a clear advantage when it comes to that, in being able to do that with their rear wing design for this weekend. But for Ferrari, I think the best you can hope for is 2nd and 3rd. I think it'll be 2nd and 4th. But yeah, Carlos Sainz, he starts at the back of the grid. So as long as he provides a tow to Charles Leclerc, then that's all that matters really for Ferrari. And then try and get Leclerc as close to Max as possible. But to be honest, all that matters for Leclerc is him out qualifying all of the drivers that have that don't have a penalty for this weekend's Italian Grand Prix, because if he does, then he will start tomorrow's Italian Grand Prix for the 2nd time in his F1 career on pole position, which would be fantastic for him, even though it would be incredibly difficult for Leclerc to actually win the Grand Prix, and I don't think he actually would win the Grand Prix, would Charles? But Ferrari just got to try their best. Obviously, we know how easy it is for them to make a mistake, but they've just got to, again, try their best, go for it, and see what happens, because they just simply don't have the car this weekend to actually be the best team on the grid. So, yeah, just give it your all and see what happens. That's basically what the strategy should be for Ferrari. But knowing them, mistake will happen in this session, or at least this weekend. Now, next up for Mercedes, they are the third quickest team this weekend. I think we'd say that. Maybe fourth quickest for them. In practice 3, Alpine looked to be a tad quicker than Mercedes. Obviously, we'll see in qualifying whether that does translate itself, and whether Mercedes are, say, behind Alpine like they were in qualifying at Spa, another power circuit on the calendar that we were only at 2 weeks ago. The conditions here, though, do suit Mercedes a bit more than we saw at Spa. They're not suffering with those tyre temperature issues because it's a lot warmer, and some of the corners here are, they're able to go better here because some of the corners here, some of the high-speed corners towards the end of the lap, such as the Ascari chicane and the final Parabolica corner as well. So yeah, Mercedes, I mean, they are pretty much in qualifying trim where you expect them to be. So it's not really a surprise what we've seen so far this weekend. And to be honest, as long as they're 5th and 6th in the results of qualifying, that's all that matters. Because Lewis Hamilton will have a back of the grid penalty, and George Russell doesn't have a penalty. So as long as Russell out-qualifies as many drivers as he can, realistically, except for Leclerc, who I think will be too quick today, then he'll start Russell 2nd on the grid for tomorrow's Italian Grand Prix. And given the race pace we saw from Mercedes on Friday, Russell could absolutely finish on the podium in tomorrow's Italian Grand Prix. Yeah, Mercedes looking about where we expected. Now on to McLaren. With Lando Norris, they're a bit quicker, honestly, than I thought they would be. He was 4th in practice 2, and then in practice 3, I believe was in 6th place. So yeah, very quick is Lando in the McLaren, and doing very, very well is Lando in that McLaren. With Daniel Ricciardo, he's absolutely nowhere. He's, 8/10 of a second off the pace I think he was in practice 3 at least. And he was down in, I think, 14th or 15th position as well. So, yeah, just horrible pace, really, there for Ricciardo, which I don't think we're going to see any improvement on that in this session. Obviously, did win the Italian Grand Prix last year, but, yeah, I'd be surprised, honestly, if he finished in the points in the race tomorrow, given his lack of pace this weekend. But if Lando Norris gets into Q3, considering that neither of the McLarens have a grid penalty, then that would be a good result for him, because with the grid penalty situation, Norris would probably then start the race from like 6th or 7th on the grid, at least. So, yeah, as long as he gets into Q3, that's all that matters for McLaren. And to be honest, given the pace he's had so far this weekend, I think Lando will be absolutely in the top 10 in qualifying later today, as obviously qualifying begins in 24.5 minutes time. Now into more of the midfield teams. Obviously Alpine, here's obviously their black nose cone for the tribute for Queen Elizabeth II. And yeah, Alpine looking, as expected, looking pretty good. They have, I would say, the best midfield car, and if there is any midfield team that is going to cause a surprise, it is going to be, well, maybe not, they're not the only midfield team that could cause a surprise. I think Williams as well, we could say, definitely got that opportunity to do that as well, because they're looking pretty quick as well. But looking at, could a midfield team upset one of the top 3 teams? I think the only team that could do that is Alpine, because they are looking pretty quick. Man on screen, Esteban Ocon has a 5-place grid penalty for a new ICE, so I mean, he still needs to try in this qualifying session, because he won't actually drop back that many positions on the grid, considering the other penalties that other drivers have. So still needs to give it his all to get a good starting position for the race. And then for Fernando Alonso, I think Alonso, if he was to qualify or finish in 7th, obviously with the grid penalty situation, he'll probably start the race from, 3rd, 4th on the grid, will Alonso. So, yeah, looking good, I'd say, for Alpine coming into this session. And they will be, I don't think there's really any doubt about it, they'll be the quickest midfield team today. And if Lando Norris in the McLaren, obviously they're fighting, aren't they, Alpine and McLaren for 4th in the championship. If Norris was to get ahead of Alpine, the 2 Alpines in qualifying, that would be an amazing effort, because I don't honestly think that's really possible in this qualifying session coming up. Next up, Alfa Romeo. Their pace has not been too bad, actually, Alfa Romeo. They've been on the cusp of the top 10, if not just slightly getting into the top 10 at times of Alfa Romeo. So, pace looking better. Sadly, this man on screen, Valtteri Bottas, has a 15-place grid penalty. Obviously, he had a engine problem at the last Grand Prix at Zandvoort, so that's why Valtteri is taking that penalty, which is a shame. So Zhou Guanyu is the man we have to look out for with the Alfa Romeo team, and I think there's a decent chance of a Q3 for Zhou. It'd be nice if he got into Q3, to be honest, considering how poor Alfa Romeo have been in qualifying, especially since really the Canadian Grand Prix, which is also where they last finished in the points. I think Zhou did get into the top 10 in qualifying at Silverstone, but again, really since that time of year, mid-June, early July, they've not really done anything out of the Alfa Romeo team. So it would be nice to see a bit of a better performance than we will see in this session coming up. But yeah, decent pace for Alfa Romeo, and Zhou should have a decent starting position for the race tomorrow. And now we'll get into the final few teams. Haas F1. Yeah, Haas, just no pace really at all. They look to be arguably the slowest team on the grid here. Their new upgrade that they brought to the Hungarian Grand Prix just hasn't worked at all. And I think we can expect, except for the odd weekend, that Haas are going to be just so far away from the top 10, so far away from finishing in the points. So yeah, Haas pretty much at the back of the Formula 1 field. And there is still a risk that they could drop a position or two in the Constructors' Championship, especially if this team and the team after this team that I'll get into get their act together. Yeah, AlphaTauri, Yuki Tsunoda, he'll be starting absolutely at the back of the grid. Not only because he has a back of the grid power unit penalty, but also because he has a 10-place penalty for exceeding the amount of reprimands he's allowed, and a further 3-place penalty for speeding under yellow flags in practice 2. So that's like, you're talking about 40, 50-place grid penalty for Yuki Tsunoda. He's basically starting in Milan rather than here in Monza is Tsunoda for tomorrow's race. But yeah, he'll be probably not even going through to Q2, to be honest. I don't really see the point for him because he's going to be starting last anyway. And then for Pierre Gasly, obviously won this race in 2020. Had a pretty good qualifying here, I think, last year. Before the sprint race. I think qualified 6th here, I think it was, 6th or 7th. And then unfortunately had some contact with someone and then was off at turn 3, the Curva Grande corner. And as a front wing, I think, went under his car. A shame for him last year. But yeah, it's got, decent pace for this track. And definitely watch out for him, because I still think that Pierre, when the car is properly working, or working a lot more so than it has been at other tracks, and this track definitely should suit their car a bit better, I think Gasly still is is performing at a good level. I just think the AlphaTauri car is it's just nowhere near what it was last year. That's quite clear to see, because Gasly last year was incredible. Again, 18 Q3 appearances that I got into earlier when I was getting onto the Colton Herta situation. That is absolutely incredible for Gasly. So, yeah, watch out for Pierre. There's no doubt he could end up in the top 10. For Aston Martin, they are going to be towards the back of the field. Their pace is absolutely horrendous. They're not just miles off the pace of, like, the front-running teams. They're, by the looks of it, about second a lap slower than Alpine and McLaren at the front of the midfield. They're miles off the pace. It is quite astounding, considering how quick they were a week ago at Zandvoort in Holland. So, yeah, I just don't understand why they're this slow. I didn't think they would be over a single lap that quick here, because they do still struggle with straight line speed issues. But, yeah, just so poor this weekend. They were 17th and 18th in practice 2, And then I think they were 16th and 20th in practice 3. So not good whatsoever. We'll see how they do in qualifying, but I have no idea how they could possibly, get into Q2 with both cars even. So yeah, not looking good for Aston Martin. And finally, we'll go on to Williams, and Nicholas Latifi obviously in the car as he always is, but replacing Alexander Albon for this Grand Prix, who has appendicitis, because obviously Albon, that was announced this morning, he won't be in the car for the rest of the weekend because he's currently in hospital with that appendicitis issue. Replacing him, Nick De Vries, the F2 champion from 2019, and he is a very good driver and had a pretty good practice 3, I have to say. He ended up 13th, just behind his teammate Latifi, and was about a tenth of a second slower. Obviously, we don't know the fuel loads and engine modes exactly, but you got to imagine it was pretty much equal. So Nick is looking good. Watch out for Nick De Vries in this session. A shame that Mr. Albano will not be participating in the rest of the weekend, because I think he had the potential really to be getting not just into Q3 and starting high up on the grid, but possibly scoring some points this weekend, given how quick the Williams car is around this circuit. But yeah, look out for Nick De Vries and how he does in this session. That's what we will be looking at, especially in qualifying 1. But guys, let me know in the chat, how do you think this session will play out for all of the teams? Let me know right now in the chat, as we've got 16 minutes to go until qualifying begins, and give me, again, your top 5 or top 10 prediction for qualifying today, and I'll get into it in just a moment. My top 10 prediction, I'll go, Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell, that's the top 6, and then Alonso, Ocon, Norris, Gasly. That's my top 10 for qualifying. Let me know if you agree or disagree. I'll come to your comments down the chat. Recon says Max Verstappen on pole, probably. Sean says, wouldn't it be something if Nick got points? If he got points, like I said in practice 3, that would probably be a massive step for him in trying to get an F1 seat, which he is still trying to get. Just trying to find Chris Medland's tweet quickly, because I want to show that on screen in a minute about how or what drivers have a penalty for this weekend, as he made sure to post that on Twitter about an hour ago, so I'll get into that soon enough. Warhawk says Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, Hamilton. Verstappen has a grid penalty or no? Yes, he does. 5-place penalty for a new ICE. Moa says, personally, I think Rick's time is over. Are Alpine really willing to bring him back, and will he want to go to a team like Williams? To be honest, I don't think Williams would have him. Not because he's not good enough, but because Williams are just not really, in terms of the people who own that team, they're not really trying to win or trying to, be the best they can. It's really for them about just making money, is it for the owners of Williams. Doralton, I think Capital, I think they're called. So yeah, the plan at Williams is to have one driver who is the main driver who gets, the best results, and then another driver who is good but is the pay driver, let's say. They've had that plan in place essentially since 2018, 17, something like that. Recon says, so Max isn't pole? Well, unless something mental happens, because I think there is a possibility he could start actually higher than 6th on the grid, depending on the grid penalty situation. Yeah, he's not going to start on pole, realistically. And, Sergio Perez also has a grid penalty of 10 places. Rooksford gives me his top 10 prediction. Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Russell, Hamilton, Alonso, Norris, Gasly, Ocon. Dustin says Latifi, all purples all the way. Herbert, is Tsunoda in danger of losing his ride? No, I don't think he is. I think Tsunoda is good is, yeah, I think he's absolutely good for that team, really, for next year, and I think probably the year after. I think once we get to, say, the end of 2024, I think that's where there'll be a bit of a crossroads there for Tsunoda, because, you know, by the time he gets to 2024, he would have been at AlphaTauri for 4 years, 4 straight seasons, and it'll come to a point where, you know, has he done well enough to maybe get a promotion to Red Bull? Will he ever do good enough to get a promotion to Red Bull? We'll have to see. It would be a very nice story if Tsunoda got into the Red Bull, but I would be a bit surprised, to be honest. But then, you know, if he can't get into that type of position, then he needs to decide, you know, what does he want to do? Does he want to stay at AlphaTauri? Does he want to move to another midfield team if they'll have him? And, you know, decide what he wants to do. But it really does depend on his own performance, just Tsunoda. But Tsunoda has had, I think, a decent year. It's not been a good year, like a properly good year, but it's been a decent season and been better, I think, this year for Tsunoda than last year. Last year was very erratic, and the good performances in there were, well, there was only a few rather than, you know, it being like half the time, which we have seen kind of this season. Moa says the only reason Ricciardo won last year is because of the massive straight line speed that McLaren had, and Monza have relatively low corners. I mean, true, but, you know, he still had to execute, and it was still a pretty tough win. So, you know, I still think it was a good drive there for Ricciardo. Obviously, you do need the car to win races. You can't just win a race purely from your own skill. It's pretty much a 50-50 combination in Formula 1. Prank says Leclerc stuck in the banana costume. Indeed. The Ferrari does look pretty good, though, I've got to say. Who do you think is winning? Probably Verstappen. Dane says Aston Martin as Wingo versus Haas's Boost battling for last place. And yes, this is a Pixar Car 2006 movie reference. To be honest, I don't even get that, because I don't think I've watched anything Pixar related in so long. So, yeah. Right, let me read out, say, a couple more comments, and then we'll get on to the final couple things before we get into qualifying itself. Just trying to see if there's any more comments I can read out. Rolling up quickly to see if there's anything. Yeah, can't see anything. If I scroll up the chat, KH says it's Max's race to lose. Absolutely. If Red Bull don't win this weekend, it'll be because they lost it. I don't think it'll be purely because Ferrari were better. I just don't think that's possible this weekend. To be honest, given how shit Ferrari are, I'm not sure it's possible Ferrari can legitimately beat Red Bull in a straight fight in a race at the moment, given how they're performing. I know they did in Austria, but they only barely did it. They almost had a double DNF because Leclerc had a pedal issue, then Sainz had a massive engine failure. So, yeah, it's Red Bulls to lose. Absolutely no doubt about that. KH says last week Max got to P1 in like 10 laps. Yeah, it was about 14, 15 laps, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, if he starts 6th and then gets a good start and gains like 2 or 3 positions, and he could probably get into the lead by lap 10, lap 15 like he did at Spa, to be honest. But I think, guys, I'm going to get into the final few bits of things here that I want to get into before we get into the qualifying session itself. Now, the first thing I'm going to get into before I get onto some final stats before the session is I'm going to get into the grid penalty situation and show on screen who has a penalty and how many place penalty each driver has, so you guys know for sure going into qualifying at Monza. So let me just quickly show us on screen now. So, this is from Chris Medland, great journalist he is. Make sure to follow him on Twitter if you are on Twitter. And these are the penalties heading into qualifying. Max Verstappen, 5th place penalty. Ocon, 5th place. Perez, 10th place. Bottas, 15th place. Magnussen, 15th place. Schumacher, 15th place. Sainz, back of grid. Hamilton, back of grid. Tsunoda, back of grid. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the 20 drivers have a grid penalty. It just shows you how the grid is going to be so mixed up for tomorrow's race. And it should make things pretty exciting, and we'll see how that all plays out. But let's now get on to some stats regarding the teams and drivers going into the qualifying session here at Monza. Max Verstappen has never taken pole position at Monza. Obviously started last year and the Grand Prix last year on pole, but he didn't actually finish first in the sprint race or finish first in Friday qualifying either. And his best qualifying result here in a normal qualifying session that was not a sprint race was 3rd from last year, 2021. Red Bull's last pole position properly in qualifying at Monza was in 2013 with Sebastian Vettel, which is also when they last won the Italian Grand Prix. And Red Bull, despite being very good on race day and dominating the championship, they have only taken 40% of pole positions in 2022. So they'll be looking to up that number today in the 16th race of the season we're now at in Formula 1. And we'll now go on to Ferrari. Charles Leclerc has won pole position from Monza in 2019. Obviously got pole that weekend and won the Grand Prix. Ferrari have only started the Italian Grand Prix on pole. It's actually supposed to be 3 times since 2005, not twice. I mistakenly got that wrong, so sorry about that. The 3 times since 2005 they've got pole was Alonso in 2010, and then Raikkonen in 2018, and then Leclerc in 2019. So since their dominance ended, Ferrari have not had a good record in qualifying here at Monza. Been a bit more successful on race day, but yeah, not been a great place for them on a Saturday. And Ferrari, despite not having probably the best car for this qualifying session coming up, they have taken 60% of pole positions in 2022, so they are still the team for qualifying in 2022. And for Mercedes, look out for them. Lewis Hamilton has taken pole position 7 times at Monza since 2009. 2 poles for McLaren, and then 5 for Mercedes. And Mercedes have taken pole at Monza 6 times since 2014. Yes, they don't have quite the pace this weekend, but they do have historically a great record here at Monza. And the final thing we'll go on to is the championship standings. So you guys know just how it all is looking in the championship going into this all-important qualifying session at Monza. So on the driver's side, Max Verstappen leading by 109 points. He can wrap up the title in Singapore if he outscores second place in the championship, which is currently Charles Leclerc, by a further 21 points in this race and Singapore combined, and that will see him be world champion in Singapore. Leclerc is second with Perez in third level on points there, but second for Leclerc because he has more race wins. George Russell not too far behind, only 13 points behind in fourth place. Carlos Sainz fifth, Lewis Hamilton in sixth, and then Norris seventh, Ocon eighth, Alonso ninth, and Valtteri Bottas in P10. That's the driver standings for you in the top 10. And then the top 10 for the constructor standings. Red Bull leading by 135 points, I believe it is, in the Constructors' Championship. Just way too good in the championship this season for Ferrari. Ferrari second, only 30 points clear of Mercedes, who are third. Alpine are 24 points clear of McLaren in the battle for fourth, with McLaren in fifth. Alfa Romeo are currently sixth, with Haas in seventh, AlphaTauri eighth, Aston Martin ninth, and Williams in P10. And I'll get rid of that countdown because obviously it's incorrect, and we'll get all of the stuff up on screen as qualifying is going to begin in about 2 or 3 minutes from now. So get ready, guys, for the beginning of qualifying at the Temple of Speed. And let me just get this all ready. And obviously Q1, an 18-minute long session. And I'll sync up the timer at the 17-minute mark, just so you guys know. And also, I'll quickly, as just to let you guys know, track temperature, 38 degrees Celsius. The air temperature, 27 degrees Celsius. Humidity, only 38% there, or 30%? I can't quite see there. So yeah, it's a hot day, but not very humid. So that's why the track temperature is not as high as it would be normally at other Grand Prix with this type of heat. But anyway, let me get the dotted line out to illustrate where the cutoff zone is for Q1. And there you go. So anyone below that dotted line, of course, at the end of Q1 will be out of the session. Not necessarily starting those positions because of the amount of grid penalties we have, but that is how it will work if you are new to Formula 1. And yeah, we're about a minute or so away from the beginning of qualifying. So get ready, guys. Get set. Get your popcorn ready. Whatever you want for this session to begin. There's all the drivers in their cars. And we'll see, hopefully, quite a few cars immediately come out to track when qualifying does begin. As, obviously, a massive crowd for this Grand Prix. Lots of Ferrari fans, pretty much Ferrari fans absolutely everywhere. And they will, even though their team is an absolute joke, they will still support their team through thick and thin. So you've got to admire the Tifosi for the amount of shit they have to put up with. As we're just looking on the TV broadcast at Fernando Alonso in his garage, ready to go out, just getting his hands device put in on around his neck in his cockpit area. Alonso, like I said earlier, had pole position here 12 years ago for Ferrari in his first Italian Grand Prix for the Ferrari team and won that race. And that was his only win at Monza. He did finish on the podium here. Oh, no, he did win here actually in 2007, sorry. But he also had a podium here in 2005 and 2012 and 13 as well. So he's got a pretty good record here as Alonso at Monza. I'm going to actually sync up the timer at the 18-minute mark because they've got the timer counting down. So I'll sync it up with that. And we've got 10 seconds to go, guys, until qualifying begins. And here we go. 3, 2, 1. And there you go. 18 minutes to go in Q1. And let's see what happens in qualifying 1 and who gets knocked out. My favourites, I guess you could say, to get knocked out are probably the Aston Martins and the Haas cars, and maybe one of the Williamses as well. One driver that could get knocked out as a surprise could be Daniel Ricciardo. So yeah, we'll see. As Lance Stroll is the only man on track, and yeah, Aston Martin have had a poor weekend. It's a shame for Stroll, I mean, and for Vettel as well, but definitely Stroll, because this is one of Lance Stroll's best racetracks on the calendar. He finished 8th here, I think, in 2017, 9th in 2018 in a terrible Williams car. Would have finished in the points here in 2019 had Sebastian Vettel not smashed him off the track. And then 2020 was on the podium here, in 3rd place. And then last year, Stroll finished P7 in the Aston Martin. So Lance Stroll loves Monza. But the Aston Martin car does not love Monza this weekend. As Mercedes still in their garage, as they've turned their numbers to black, obviously for Queen Elizabeth II. Obviously, their two drivers are British, so makes sense. As we've got not just Stroll on track, we've also got the two Haases, Magnussen and Schumacher, and Yuki Tsunoda as well. Obviously, Tsunoda, Magnussen and Schumacher all have grid penalties, so not really a surprise that they don't really care about waiting in the pits. As Lance Stroll begins his first lap in qualifying. And he comes through Curva Grande now. And Stroll to the second chicane, 27.8 for the first sector, which is not great, to be honest, and loses the rear end a bit on the exit of the second chicane. And now through to Lesmos, Sebastian Vettel joins the track on an outlap. And Stroll opens the DRS. That rear wing of the Aston Martin is so small, so thin. They've cut as much downforce really off the rear end as they could. It still isn't working for them. As Stroll is going to do the first lap time of qualifying, as he was bouncing quite heavily through the Ascari chicane there, obviously with the porpoising. And yeah, Lance Stroll is going to go quickest here, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Comes through Parabolica. And looks pretty good through Parabolica, but we'll see what the lap time looks like. The quickest time in practice 3 was a 1:21.2. That is a 24.2. That is incredibly slow from Lance Stroll. 1:24.2. I mean, if that was his best lap time, he'd definitely end up finishing in last place. As Max Verstappen, the world champion, and surely the world champion for this year as well, is filtering onto track as Lance Stroll. Here's a replay of him on the exit of the second chicane. Yeah, bit of oversteer. That would have cost him a couple tenths of a second, because it wouldn't have just affected his grip through that corner, but also his run to the next corner. As now we're looking at Yuki Tsunoda on the soft compound tyres, and he's quicker than Stroll on this lap. Also Schumacher and Magnussen on a lap as well. As Tsunoda comes through Parabolica now. Looks not as good as Stroll, but we'll see what it's like for his lap time. And it's quite a bit quicker. 1.4 seconds quicker is Yuki Tsunoda. As Mick Schumacher goes 1.3 seconds slower. Magnussen goes 4 tenths slower. So you've got Tsunoda quickest, and then Kevin Magnussen is in second. Let me just update that quickly. Magnussen up to P2. Sebastian Vettel, I think, is about to complete his first lap time of qualifying as the Ferrari fans cheer their driver on. And yeah, Perez and Vettel at the moment are on a flying lap. But yeah, Schumacher is third and Stroll is fourth. Stroll already back in the pit lane. As Verstappen has now started his first flying lap, as we're looking at a Ferrari on their outlap. Don't really know why we're looking at them, because we've got Verstappen and Perez on a flying lap. So, would rather see that, to be honest. As here's Mick, and oh, that was a big tank slapping through the middle of the first chicane. That definitely cost him a few tenths of a second. And then here's Vettel on the exit of the second chicane, kicking up some gravel. That didn't lose him that much time, though, as Vettel has gone third with his lap. So Vettel up to third, as Max Verstappen has not actually done a purple first sector, interestingly. Let's see what he does for the middle sector, though. Should be much quicker than Tsunoda, surely. Again, the quickest time that Max did in practice 3 was a 1:21.2, and yep, he's quite a bit quicker through the middle sector. Perez now goes quickest on a 22.0. So that's not the quickest time that he did in practice 3, so it could go quicker. Could Verstappen. That's Verstappen now through Parabolica, and let's see what his first lap time of Q1 is. It is a 1:22.0, only slightly quicker by about half a tenth over Perez, but it is a Red Bull 1-2. And then it's Tsunoda 3rd, Magnussen 4th, Vettel 5th, Schumacher 6th, Stroll 7th. De Vries actually now goes 4th for Williams, and then Latifi actually goes just ahead of him up to P4. So we should update that quickly. So Latifi up to 4th, and Nick De Vries up to P5. So 9 times on the board so far. Charles Leclerc, interestingly, has done a purple first sector. Maybe Red Bull is saving a bit of power, as Carlos Sainz is quite a bit quicker than Max Verstappen on this lap so far. Leclerc, though, even quicker, as Leclerc 2 purple sectors and 0.4 of a second quicker than Max on this lap so far. So Leclerc should be going first here, as Carlos Sainz really will end up probably in second place, as Magnussen has improved his lap time, stays 6th. Schumacher goes 7th. Norris goes 3rd, as Carlos Sainz goes quickest by almost 0.7 of a second. And Charles Leclerc goes even quicker onto a 1:21.2. So it is Charles Leclerc P1. Lewis Hamilton only goes 6th with that lap. We're now down to 7th because Russell has gone 3rd. But it is Leclerc in P1. That's a lot more like it from Ferrari in terms of their pace. And then Carlos Sainz in P2. And then 3rd, the Mercedes of George Russell. 4th and 5th, Verstappen and Perez. Lando Norris is now 6th in the McLaren. And then it's Lewis Hamilton in P7. As we're looking at Nick De Vries now, who is on a lap back to the pits, I think. Surely he is. No, he's going for another flying lap, is Nick. So let's see what he does. Lewis Hamilton, yeah, up to P7. And then you've got Tsunoda 8th, Latifi 9th, De Vries 10th, and then Magnussen 11th, Ricciardo in P12. Not a great lap for him. Schumacher 13th, Vettel 14th, Stroll 15th, and then everyone in the drop zone, Alonso, Ocon, Zhou, Gasly, Bottas, they have not done a lap yet. As Nick De Vries does a very good first sector, only a 10th slower than Leclerc. Williams have got some very good pace here. There is no doubt about that. Vincent says 1:18 for pole. I'd probably say a 1:19. Probably a mid to late 1 minute 19 is what is likely. A 1:18 would be incredible, to be honest. As De Vries, good lap so far for De Vries. This is probably going to put him in 8th or 9th place, as he's now just exiting the Ascari chicane. Also looking at Lance Stroll, who's about to complete his lap. He's in 15th place currently. Where does Stroll go? Stroll goes up to P12. Not great, really. I expected a bit more improvement than that. Here comes Nick De Vries, though, to the line. Currently P10. And he goes 8th. Good lap by the Dutchman. 2 Dutchmen on the grid. And Latifi, 9th. So De Vries quicker than Latifi by a couple hundredths of a second. Well done, Nick De Vries. Very good performance so far. As I can tell you, everyone in the drop zone is now on a flying lap. So we'll see what they can do. As the 2 Ferraris are in the pits at the moment. And so are Schumacher and Vettel. As we're now looking at Daniel Ricciardo on another flying lap. Not improved his first sector, but he did his middle. And with this lap, I'm not sure Ricciardo's going to improve that much, to be honest. Because he's already 1.8 down, and he's 1.2 seconds down for the lap that he's currently on. So I'm not sure this is going to be a big improvement. As Ocon and Alonso are about to complete their flying laps. And Ricciardo, he does go P11, but again, not great from Ricciardo there. Esteban Ocon goes P7. Alonso goes P6. Valtteri Bottas goes only 15th. Zhou goes 10th. Pierre Gasly goes 13th. As Sergio Perez goes up to 3rd. So let me just update some of the order quickly. So you've got 6.5 minutes to go. Alonso is up to 6th place. Esteban Ocon. Oh, wait. Someone else has improved. Yuki Tsunoda has gone up to P5 in the AlphaTauri. So Alonso down to 7th. Ocon is now up to P9. And then you've got Zhou in 11th place for Alfa Romeo. Decent qualifying so far for him. And then Pierre Gasly up to P14. Not a great lap from Gasly. 15th Ricciardo. 16th Magnussen. As Max Verstappen has done a purple middle sector and a purple final sector and comes to the line, does his fastest lap of the weekend, the fastest lap of the weekend for anyone, 1:20.9, and Max Verstappen is quickest by 3.5 tenths of a second. There is the real show of pace from Verstappen on, I think, a slightly more worn set of tyres compared to the Ferraris there. So great pace from Max Verstappen. And Bottas, I can tell you, is 17th. So, with 5 minutes to go, in the drop zone, needing to get out, Kevin Magnussen, Valtteri Bottas, Lance Stroll, Mick Schumacher, and Sebastian Vettel currently last on the grid. Who would have thought that? As a replay of Bottas locking up heavily into turn 1. He's been doing that a lot this weekend. He's not had good breaks this weekend, and I'm going to assume maybe clumps the inside cover a bit too much. No, it misses it slightly. Does Bottas the apex of that corner? But yeah, the drivers at risk, I would say, of getting knocked out. Looking at the lap times, I think Lewis Hamilton in P10, I think he's safe. I think really the top 10 are going to be safe. I think really it's 11th to 15th, 15th, looking at the lap times who are in danger here. And the projected knockout time, according to the broadcast, is 22.5, which would indicate that, yeah, 11th to 15th, they're the ones at risk, which is Zhou, De Vries, Latifi, Gasly, Ricciardo. Those are the drivers we need to look at in terms of will they be able to keep themselves at the moment, currently getting into Q2. But let me know, guys, in the chat, who do you think gets through qualifying 2? I think it's pretty likely both Aston Martins will be knocked out and one of the Haas's, but might get a surprise still, you never know. As Mick Schumacher is on a new lap, so is Kevin Magnussen. Schumacher not improved his first sector. Magnussen, though, has by quite a bit. 2 tenths of a second up he is on Daniel Ricciardo's best first sector time. We know K-Mag can turn it on qualifying day. As Mick, he's looking good with this lap he's on, but just not very quick by the looks of it, through what I've seen so far. Good middle sector, though, but not sure it'll be good enough to see him into Q2. Kevin Magnussen, though, what a middle sector he has done. 4.5 tenths up on Ricciardo in 15th. Magnussen is going to go up to 10th or 11th place with this lap, at least. Let's see where Mick Schumacher goes, though. Currently in 19th with 2.5 minutes to go. To the line he comes. And Mick stays 19th. That is not good. Kevin Magnussen goes 11th. So in the drop zone, Ricciardo, Bottas, Stroll, Schumacher, and Vettel. With just over 2 minutes to go. Like I said, coming into this session, I didn't think Ricciardo would be in a great position for qualifying, and I didn't think his pace was that great, to be honest. And yeah, not looking good at all. Kevin Magnussen has had his time deleted for track limit violations. So he's back in the drop zone. Let's hope, from Haas's point of view, that they've got enough fuel for another lap. Because if not, then Haas are definitely out in Q1. And obviously both drivers have a 15 place penalty anyway, but With other people taking a penalty, they could still get a decent starting position for the race, as we are now looking at, I think, Sebastian Vettel. Yes, we are. On what could be his final qualifying lap ever at Monza. Let's hope not, as he's now into the first chicane on his final flying lap of Q1. Currently in 20th and has a lot of time to find. His first, or his best lap time so far, really quite poor compared to the others out there. Very good first sector though. 4/10 quicker than Ricciardo in the first sector alone. So very good there. Bottas also up on Ricciardo through the first sector. And he's obviously in the drop zone as well. As Vettel through the two Lesmos. Aston Martin doesn't look too bad through there. But now he comes to the middle sector checkpoint. What's he doing compared to Ricciardo? He is looking good. He's only 0.7 of a second for the lap so far down on Max Verstappen. So this is looking very good for Vettel. This might just get him into Q2. You never know. Still going to be close though. As Vettel into Parabolica he comes. And exiting that corner to the line. Where does Vettel go? Currently a 20th. He goes 14th. I'm not sure that's going to be good enough, unfortunately. Valtteri Bottas goes P11 as the checkered flag now waves. And Zhou goes up to 6th in the Alfa Romeo. Gasly goes up to P7. De Vries goes up to 12th there briefly. The De Vries up to P12. Latifi on the cusp. Currently Stroll has improved his lap time, I think, but is in 17th and is out of qualifying, unfortunately, for him. De Vries is 13th, actually. Ocon in P12 as Hamilton has improved his lap time. Daniel Ricciardo gets out of the drop zone and into P12, last year's race winner, in to Q2. And Latifi has dropped into the drop zone. And I can't see if Latifi is on a flying lap or not. Not quite sure. But let me just do the rest of the order quick. Norris in 11th. And no, Latifi has pitted. And Stroll has gone 18th. Magnussen went 18th, but had his lap time deleted again, I think, for track limits. And Mick Schumacher there, locking up into the first chicane and going down the escape road. The Haas, pretty slow, and they qualify 19th and 20th, just like they did a year ago, the Haas F1 team. But let me, once they come away from this replay, just quickly finalise the final finishing order of Q1, as Norris, again, a replay of him clumping really heavily over the inside of turn 1. And here's a replay of Latifi at turn 1. And that's why he couldn't improve his lap. Locked up, went understeering wide into the first chicane and jumped across the escape road. They said that lap is gone. Car didn't stop. I don't know why. Maybe if you braked more, it would have stopped. So Latifi is out in 16th. But Nick De Vries in the Williams is through in P14. What a performance by De Vries. And he could, you never know, get into Q3. That would be quite incredible. But let's finalise the final order of Q1. So it finished up Verstappen first, then Leclerc, Sainz, Perez, Russell, Zhou, Gasly, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Alonso. That's your top 10. And those 10 are into Q2. Also into Q2, Lando Norris, Daniel Ricciardo, Esteban Ocon, Valtteri Bottas, and Nick De Vries. And knocked down Q1, Nicholas Latifi, Sebastian Vettel, Lance Stroll, Kevin Magnussen, and Mick Schumacher. And Q2 will be underway in a couple minutes' time. So let me know, guys, what you thought of that session. And obviously Q2 will be 15 minutes long session. And that will get underway in a couple minutes' time. I'll probably try and stick the timer up at the 14-minute mark. But to be honest, looking at that session, that wasn't really a surprising session in terms of who got knocked out. The two Aston Martins, two Haases and Williams. I'm pretty sure I said that at the start of Q1, that that's what my expectation was. So yeah, I'm not really surprised by what happened there. Zhou kicked butt. Yeah, he did very well there. Did Zhou? He's been quite clearly quicker than Bottas the last couple sessions and in Q1 as well. So good job for Zhou Guanyu. Not bad for a first quali session. De Vries, yeah, indeed. Very good qualifying session for Nick. Hanson South Africa says it's interesting with the penalties that we have top 10 basically because Hamilton and Tsunoda at the back and 18 to 16 are pretty certain too. Yeah, we're definitely going to have quite an exciting starting grid. Turbo says, somehow I love and hate McLaren. They feel stuck last 3 or 4 years. It's been 3rd or 4th battling Alpine. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, and I am going to do a video on this later in the season, I don't think McLaren are going to be a proper title contending front-running team really for the foreseeable future. I mean, I could be wrong, and maybe in a long time from now they will finally get to that place, but I don't think McLaren can get back there. And I think a big reason behind that is because when they were struggling for so many years, when they had the Honda Power Unit, and then they were struggling again with the Renault for 2018, they gave up so much ground to Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull in terms of quality personnel and just quality as a team, that they ended up in the position that they're in. So yeah, they've just given up too much ground. Basically, they can't make it back up because I don't think they've got the personnel to be able to make it back up, and I don't think there's anyone out there they can find who can outdo what well, certainly Red Bull, Mercedes have. I mean, with Ferrari we know that's outdoable for sure, but yeah, let me just read out a couple more comments. Dane says, I think Seb is getting up frustrated with Aston. Same you can say for K-Mag, getting fed up with Haas. Yeah, the car just quite poor really. Turbo says, people were saying McLaren was running pretty light on fuel all practice. It doesn't surprise me. They are near the bottom to get to Q2. Yeah, they do tend to do a bit of a glory run on a Friday, do McLaren. Individual one says, Haas detuned Ferrari unit plus a bad design makes the bottom of the field plus average drivers. De Vries making a good case for him getting the Williams seat. Yeah, I don't see why not. If he beats Latifi, well, he's obviously beaten him in qualifying. If he can beat him quite handily in the race as well, then I think really, if Williams are, if they want to be a serious team for the future, I think they've got to put De Vries in their car. Because I know, yes, Latifi is not a good driver. Well, he is a good driver, a good racing driver, but he's not, for the Formula 1 level, he's not good enough. I think we can all agree on that. But to jump into that car last minute and then be only a 10th off in practice 3 and then out-qualify Latifi in qualifying, that is incredibly impressive. I know Monza he's raced around before and it's not the hardest track in the world to get used to, but that is a very impressive job, to be honest. So, yeah, I think if I was Williams, I would put De Vries in the car. I don't see what you lose with Alex Albon and Nick De Vries in your car. I just don't see what you lose there. Two very good drivers. Albon, a good F1 driver, and in junior formula was very good as well. And then in for Nick De Vries, he's always been a good driver, F2 champion. Wasn't as good, obviously, in that 2018 season when you had Russell, Norris, Latifi, and Albon in F2. Wasn't as good as Russell and Norris or Albon, but he was competitive, absolutely, with them at times that year. So he absolutely, I think, deserves a chance. He's a good driver, Nick. But anyway, the session has started. I'll sync up the timer in 3, 2, 1. And there you go. 14 minutes to go in Q2. And I am going to quickly do the dotted line again. Just want to say quickly. Actually, I'll save that. Me plugging my channel. I'll save that till later. I think I've already done it quite a bit. And let me just readjust that actually quickly. That dotted line. And let me try and do it again. There's no cars, by the way, on track at the minute, so you're not missing anything. But yeah, that dotted line, you can see the highest one. And obviously the drivers in between those two dotted lines on the left-hand side of your screen. If it ends up being Norris, Ricciardo, Ocon, Bottas, De Vries at the end of Q2, then those drivers will be knocked out in those positions. And, well, looking at this session, I'd say De Vries is likely to get knocked out in Q2 because I don't think he is as quick as Albon. And then Bottas, yeah, I'd say he's likely to get knocked out. Ricciardo, definitely. I don't see how he gets into Q3. And then probably Zhou and Tsunoda as well is who I think will get knocked out here. So, yeah, we'll see who gets knocked out. But that's who I most likely think it will be. Tsunoda, 2 Alfa Romeos, De Vries and the Williams, and then Ricciardo and the McLaren. As the 2 Red Bulls come out to track, and let's see what they can do for their first lap times in Q2. Obviously, because they all want to try and slipstream one another. As soon as a couple of cars come out of the pits, they all bolt out to try and grab a slipstream from that car for their own respective laps. And hopefully we get no funny business in this session or Q3. Didn't see anything of it really in Q1, thankfully, so yeah. As they all exit the pit lane now, 2 Ferraris, 2 Mercedes, 2 Red Bulls, another few cars as well. Not the entire grid, I don't think, as of yet. And yeah, beautiful day at Monza. The sun shining bright. Again, not the most humid day at Monza. Not as humid as it probably could be, but 27 degrees air temperature. So that's pretty nice day at Monza. A track and a Grand Prix that I would love to go to in the future. And I probably will go to in the future. I mean, when I say the future, I don't mean, you know, next year or the year after, but I will be definitely making sure I go to an Italian Grand Prix in my life because it's definitely an experience, you know, worth having. And by the way, in terms of going to Grand Prix, this is not a confirmation or an announcement, but I am going to be attempting to go to a Grand Prix next year. The only reason at the minute I'm not announcing that is because, you know, that I am absolutely 100% going is because, one, calendar hasn't been announced officially, and secondly, financially, it's not absolutely sorted that I will be able to go. But the aim is to go to a Grand Prix, one Grand Prix next year. So I will let you guys know about that later in the season because I've got plans for that in terms of content for when I go to that particular Grand Prix. Anyway, it's Q2 we go. Max Verstappen has started his flying lap. The first man to start a flying lap in Q2. Let's see what he can do. Again, a 1:20.9 he did in Q1. So let's see how much quicker he could go in this session. And looking very good. Verstappen through the second chicane. And through the 2 Lesmos, also looking pretty good. No problems at all. Rear end absolutely in tandem with what he wants. Not done a purple first sector though, Verstappen. As I think Sergio Perez has just done the first lap time of the session. I'll put Perez in P1. Max Verstappen has not done a purple middle sector either, interestingly. As he comes flying through Parabolic, a slight hesitation through the middle a bit, but comes to the line now. What is his lap time? It's a 1:21.2. A quickest final sector does go quicker than Perez, but 0.3 of a second slower than his personal best. Gasly is third for AlphaTauri. Ocon goes fourth as Lewis Hamilton goes third. For Mercedes, Russell is fourth. Carlos Sainz comes to the line. and goes quickest by 0.4 of a second. Brilliant lap there from Sainz. The quickest of the weekend so far we have seen. So it is Sainz, P1 from Verstappen, Perez, and then Hamilton in 4th, Russell 5th, and then you got Alonso in 6th with Gasly in 7th. Here's a replay of Leclerc at turn 1 and 2, the first chicane. That's why he's not done a first lap time with everyone else, because he's jumped across the little yellow curbs through the escape road. As Russell there locking up on the entry to turn 1, so Russell could probably find an improvement. And, well, he's only slightly slower than Hamilton, so not bad of a lap, really, considering he made that mistake and lost probably a 10th or 2. And then, yeah, you got Gasly 7th, Ocon 8th, Lando Norris in P9, and then Valtteri Bottas is 10th for Alfa Romeo. And then Nick De Vries is P11. That's a very impressive time. And he's only half a 10th off getting into Q3 at the minute. So De Vries 11th, Zhou 12th, Ricciardo 13th, Leclerc 14th. Tsunoda still in the pits. I'm going to have a guess that he might not come out on track again, because obviously he has a back of the grid penalty and is likely to start at the back of the grid anyway, is Yuki Tsunoda. And so Charles Leclerc, he's finally on a lap now. Oh, the rear end of his car moving around massively through the middle of Ascari. Did really well to hold on to that, but I was going to say he's done a purple middle sector half a second quicker than, I think, is that half a second quicker than Bottas? I think it is, actually, yeah. We'll see what he does with this lap. Does he go quickest? No, he does not. 1/3 of a second down, 0.3 of a second. The Leclerc is 2nd, Ferrari 1-2. But remember that Red Bull have not done as quick of a lap as they could have done. Verstappen's best time of the session, of the whole qualifying session so far, Q1, and yeah, got slightly offline through applying so much throttle through the middle of Ascari and just lost a slight bit of the rear end, but thankfully held onto it nicely. Nice driving there from Leclerc. And yeah, that's the first runs in Q2 done with, and there's only, one run pretty much to go. So, your top 10 currently getting their way into Q3. Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, Russell, Alonso, Gasly, Ocon, and Norris. And then in the drop zone, needing to get out, Valtteri Bottas, Nick De Vries, Zhou Guanyu, Daniel Ricciardo, and Yuki Tsunoda. Don't think Tsunoda will come out again, to be honest. Looking at the people in the drop zone, it's going to be hard for them to get into Q3 because from Bottas 11th to Norris in 10th, there's a 0.2 of a second gap. And Monza is not one of those tracks in qualifying where you can gain loads of time with fresher tyres on a grippier track. Not like the next track we're going to, Singapore, where you can gain a massive amount of time, and the ramping up of grip at that track is monumental compared to this one. As some work going on to the underneath, I think, of Max Verstappen's car, or Sergio Perez's car there. Let me just adjust this picture quick of that Tsunoda, who will be starting, I think, most likely from the back of the grid. Lab Gorilla has it. If you go to the British Grand Prix, I'll see there. I might. The Grand Prix I'm going to be going to is probably not going to be the British one, but I am thinking of also going to maybe Friday practice at Silverstone. Missing out qualifying the race so I can cover it for the channel at home. But I am thinking of going to Friday practice. So yeah, you never know. Could see you there. We'll have to see again whether I can afford it, because I know the prices at Silverstone are absolutely disgusting for next year. For, I think general admission, all 3 days, it costs, I think, 200 quid. for all 3 days general admission. Obviously, for me, if I only went to Friday practice, it'd only be the Friday, but still. And they've even put the prices for like some of the grandstands up to like 500 quid, which is astronomical. Silverback says, Chaz, if I go, I'll pay half your trip. I could do Spa. I'm definitely going to go to the Belgian Grand Prix at some point in my life. I don't know when. But, yeah, the Grand Prix I'm thinking of going to, I may as well reveal it now as we've got a break in the action, is the Spanish Grand Prix. The reason Spain is because I've been there twice. 2014 Spanish Grand Prix is the only Grand Prix weekend I've actually been to. And then I went to testing there. You guys will remember, if you're an old subscriber, old viewer of the channel, you remember I went there in 2019 for pre-season testing. And covered the final 4 days of testing there. So, yeah. That's the Grand Prix I'm thinking of going to. But again, not confirmed. Depends on the calendar and also depends on the cost. So we'll see what happens with that. KH says, can't afford the Vegas race. Yeah, I don't think anyone really can. Let me look at some other comments quick. By the way, all the cars are coming back out onto track now for the final Q2 run. Frank Trigg says, do a GoFundMe to help with the cost. I went to Silverstone 97 to 99. Yeah, I could do, but if I can afford it on my own, then I'd rather do that because I don't like asking people for money, to be honest. And given the current financial climate of the world, as Yuki Tsunoda is getting out of the car now, so Tsunoda is out of qualifying, and he will start the race last. I think that's what we know absolutely for the grid tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, I might set up a Patreon in the future once my channel's grown a bit more, but yeah. If I can afford on my own, then I'll try and do that. But yeah, we'll see. But again, I probably won't let you guys know officially whether I'm going to that Grand Prix until probably January, to be honest. Because again, we have to wait for the calendar to be announced fully, then obviously officially ratified, which will probably be November. And then after that, then obviously I'd have to work out, you know, the cost and all that stuff. Lamgris says, are they what? £200? Yeah, I think it was 175, 180 quid, I think, for the general admission ticket for the 3 days at Silverstone next weekend. Not next weekend, next year. And I think for one of the grandstands at Club Corner, yeah, £499 just for race day. Good luck having a bank account after that. Anyway, let's get into the final runs here of Q2. And we are watching Nick De Vries in the Williams. Oh dear, that is such a shame. Into the second chicane, locks the rear, brakes, and almost spins the car. And his day is done. That's such a shame because his first sector was not too bad. It wasn't a personal best first sector, but still pretty good. And De Vries is out of qualifying, but still a decent job by him. Bottas and Zhou currently in the drop zone. They've both not improved their first sectors. Bottas, though, a tenth and a half up on Norris in the middle sector. Zhou, compared to Norris, is slower. So Zhou, I think, is going to fall foul of the cut-off zone. That's a session. The checkered flag is waving, but the session hasn't officially finished yet. As here comes Valtteri Bottas through the Parabolica. Can he get into Q3 for the first time in a while? To the line he comes. No, he can't. He misses out by half a tenth. Zhou comes to the line. Misses out as well. 13th for him, so 11th and 13th in qualifying here. And now we wait for Pierre Gasly, Lando Norris and Daniel Ricciardo. Russell has seen the checkered flag. Gasly stays in 8th place. Lando Norris goes P7 for McLaren. Ricciardo goes 8th. Who saw that coming? Alonso stays 9th with his lap time there. And Ocon only 11th. He misses out on getting into Q3. Wow, what an ending then. I didn't see Ricciardo getting into Q3, sorry, as something that would happen. What a lap by Ricciardo, producing the pace when he really needed it. Something we haven't seen, to be honest, in a while from the Australian. But Q2, guys, is over. And let's just see a replay, this of De Vries. It just locked the rear end, locked the rear brakes. And that is such a shame for De Vries. But that's a decent grid position for him. 13th. He'll probably start the race from P10, P11. Or P9 even. So De Vries is in a good position. So don't count out Williams tomorrow. And Lewis Hamilton, ragged as all hell. Through the second chicane. In the gravel on the exit of the second chicane. And here's a replay of unsafe release possibly. Yeah, Gasly there. We'll see if that incurs a penalty. I'm not sure if that's going to get a penalty, to be honest. Anyway, Q2, guys, is over. The drivers through to Q3, the shootout, are Carlos Sainz, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Lando Norris, Daniel Ricciardo, Fernando Alonso, and Pierre Gasly. But knocked down Q2, Esteban Ocon, Valtteri Bottas, Nick De Vries, Zhou Guanyu, and Yuki Tsunoda. So obviously Ocon, Bottas, and Tsunoda have penalties. Tsunoda will start at the very back of the field, we know that. And Bottas, I think, will start at the back of the field as well. Or towards the back of the field. But Q3 will be underway probably in about a couple minutes time. I'll just get that the timer ready and all for Q3, which of course is an 11 or it's a 12-minute long session, but I will sync up the timer at the 11-minute mark. And just having a look at the chat quickly. Good work from McLaren. Surprises, individual one. Frank Triggs says, I have a friend who lives in my village, works for Haas team. He's given me pit lane passes for Silverstone the past 2 years, but couldn't afford to go. That's nice to hear. And Q3 will begin in a minute or two. Let me know, guys, in the chat, who do you think finishes first in this session? Obviously, it's a bit hard to say who's going to get pole because 4 of the 6 top drivers have grid penalties. So what are you going for your top 5? Are you sticking with what you originally went with? Or are you going to go for something different? Let me know in the live chat. And quickly, I'll say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I'll be live tomorrow for race day at Monza, starting at 12 p.m. UK time, live all the way until 1:30 p.m. With my race preview. Then from 1:30 p.m. till 4 p.m. will be the race watch-along. 2 p.m. UK time is when the race starts. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be live still to react to the events of the Italian Grand Prix. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for that content coming up. And as well, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And just waiting for Q3 to get underway. And let me look to see what you guys say in the chat. Individual one, Sainz cannot get pole. He has grid penalties indeed. The only person that could qualify first or finish first and start first is Leclerc. Realistically, Leclerc or Russell. Verstappen has a 5-place penalty. Perez has a 10-place penalty. Sainz has a back of the grid penalty. And Lewis Hamilton has a back of the grid penalty as well. And I will Also, after the session, remind for you guys, make sure to stick around until the end of the stream, obviously after the session finishes, for the reaction to this qualifying session. And as well, make sure to stick around so you can hear what the starting grid will be, because I will make sure to read out what the starting grid is going to be for the Italian Grand Prix. Let me look at chat quickly. Did Q3 start? It's going to start in a couple seconds. Well, not literally a couple seconds from now, but very, very soon. Triban, good to see you, says Leclerc's getting pole. Most likely it will be Charles Leclerc starting tomorrow on pole from George Russell, probably in second place. That is what most likely is going to happen. And then you'll probably have Verstappen starting a few positions back with that 5-place penalty. We'll see, obviously, what happens in the remainder of this session. And some Max Verstappen fans in the crowd. And there is still the Dutch army at the Grand Prix. They tried, actually. Though there's this funny story that I saw last night. The Dutch Max Verstappen fans, they've collected certain materials that means they can build their own, like, grandstand. To set up temporary. Monza, the people running the circuit rejected that and told them they couldn't. So, yeah, not really a surprise, really, considering Ferrari are the main rivals this season. Even though Verstappen has already wrapped up the championship in such quick time. And just looking at the Ferrari pit wall there, the infamous Ferrari pit wall, Laurent Marquis, the sporting director there, who, to be honest, I think probably would be a better team boss for Ferrari than Binotto himself. As Q3 is underway, but we have no cars at the minute on track. And I'll sync up the time in about 10 seconds' time. As your F1's still in the garage, as there's Dr. Helmut Marko looking over Max Verstappen's car. And there you go. 11 minutes to go in qualifying. Who will get pole position? Will it be Ferrari or will it be Red Bull? Let me know, guys, right now in the chat. Who do you think's finishing in first, Ferrari or Red Bull? I'm going to go with Red Bull. I just think they're too quick and too good. Obviously, who starts on pole tomorrow, quite a bit different from who finishes first in this session because of all those grid penalties. But F1's still in the pits. And we've got, 2 Ferraris, 2 Red Bulls, 2 Mercedes, 2 McLarens, the Alpine of Alonso, and the AlphaTauri of Gasly as the drivers in this session. As it looks as though Lando Norris is about to come out onto track. And here he comes. On the soft compound tyres, obviously. And I'm sure, now that he's come out, everyone else is coming out, obviously, so they can try and get a slipstream from him and the other cars following out just behind him as well. There's Sergio Perez's father in the garage that we're seeing on the TV broadcast, Antonio Perez. And now they come out onto circuit. So, hopefully these runs will not be affected like it was 3 years ago by shenanigans trying to desperately grab a slipstream. As the Ferraris and Red Bulls onto track as well. The 2 Mercedes still in the pits, it says. And the 2 Mercedes have not joined the track, interestingly. They're still in the pits. Oh no, now they come out onto track. Hamilton, followed by Russell, was here into the second chicane. We're looking at 2 Ferraris and a Red Bull of Perez there, duking out for position on track. And obviously, one thing you don't want here is you do not want to be starting your lap at the head of the pack, because you'll be giving everyone else a tow. To be honest, if you've got a grid penalty, that means you start at the back anyway. I don't think it really matters, but you don't want to be giving, you know, your rivals a tow and giving them extra speed. As Charles Leclerc is ahead of Carlos Sainz, interestingly. I don't really understand. I think Carlos Sainz really should be ahead of Leclerc there. Because, what do you call it? Sainz is, you know, he has a grid penalty, and Leclerc desperately, you'd think, needs the tow for his lap. But anyway, they now begin their first flying laps in Q3, and Charles Leclerc begins his. Can Ferrari get pole position and confirm that they will be at least starting on pole position here at Monza? Leclerc into the first chicane. Gets through the chicane just fine. And we'll see what he does for the first sector compared to his main rivals. And Perez just ahead, doing his first sector. Leclerc, a purple first sector that has been beaten actually by a 10th by Carlos Sainz. Let's see what Max Verstappen does for the first sector. It's not a purple first sector, interestingly, for Max Verstappen. As now Leclerc continues on this lap. He's got a very nice slipstream, Leclerc, from Perez ahead. That's helping him quite a bit as Leclerc does a good middle sector. Not as good as Carlos Sainz, though, who's a 10th of a second quicker. Let's see what Max Verstappen does for his middle sector. It is a purple middle sector, but he lost quite a bit of time in that first sector. So who knows if Max Verstappen will provisionally be on pole position as Charles Leclerc rounds the final corner. And now, as the Alpine comes into the pits, Leclerc to the line. And Leclerc fastest on a 1:20.7. Carlos Sainz goes even quicker onto a 1:20.5. Max Verstappen only third. A 1:20.8. I think they might have got it wrong there with in terms of, you know, the tow. As Lewis Hamilton 6th. George Russell only 5th. For Mercedes, well, that's pretty much where you'd expect them to be honest. But yeah, so with 6 minutes to go in Q3 and in qualifying, it is Sainz currently fastest from Leclerc second by 0.2 of a second. Verstappen third and almost 0.3 off pole. Sergio Perez fourth, and then you've got Russell fifth, and then Norris sixth, Hamilton seventh, Ricciardo 8th, Gasly 9th, and Alonso must have made a mistake on his lap or something because he's come back into the pits without setting a lap time. So, advantage Ferrari here in Q3. And yeah, that is the Triban asked, does Verstappen have rear wing issues? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I couldn't see any issues with his lap, to be honest. So, we'll have to see what he does with his final run, Verstappen. But they'll all come back into the pits now. As George Russell on the radio probably just talking about, you know, how things went. I think for Russell, because obviously Lewis Hamilton 7th. Hamilton went about 1.1 seconds slower than Russell, and I think really because he provided a tow basically for his teammate there, and he'll do the same probably in the final run of qualifying as well. Russell's only a couple tenths away from Perez. I mean, I know obviously Perez has a 10th place penalty anyway, but if Russell was able to out-qualify or finish ahead of Perez here, that would be a pretty good result for them. But at the minute, the top 10 for the grid would be Leclerc on pole, Russell second, Norris in third, I believe, and then Ricciardo fourth, Verstappen fifth. The reason Verstappen fifth is because obviously some of the drivers behind him taking grid penalties anyway, so I don't think he would actually be able to drop to 8th. It'd be Verstappen 5th, and then 6th, it would be Gasly, and then 7th, Alonso. 8th, it would be De Vries, I think. Yeah, it'd be De Vries 8th, Joe 9th, and Latifi 10th, I'm pretty sure. So that's what the top 10 grid, I think, is as it stands for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Imagine if it was actually like that. As Fernando Alonso already back out on track with 3 minutes to go in qualifying. And the Red Bull of Sergio Perez follows him out as well. No sign of Max Verstappen yet, as the 2 Mercedes are about to come out on track. And note Verstappen comes out first, actually. Let me know, guys, in the chat, who is getting pole position here? Who will finish up in first in this session? Is it Sainz, Leclerc, or Verstappen? Let me know right now in the chat. I'm still going to stick with Verstappen, because I still think they've got the pace, Red Bull. As Max exits the pit lane and begins his outlap, prepare for his final lap of qualifying. And Max Verstappen now coming through the first chicane on that outlap already. Carlos Sainz, the fastest man at the moment, is coming through the 2 Lesmos. Is Carlos. As the Ferrari mechanics wait to see whether they will secure first and possibly first and second in this qualifying session. As F1 on an outlap. Fernando Alonso, I think, is going to be the first man to do a lap. Also, do their final lap in qualifying. As we enter the final 90 seconds, Sergio Perez has begun his final lap. We'll see if he can improve. To be honest, he's probably going to end up in 4th place. As here is Max Verstappen, just behind those few cars, the Ferraris and McLarens. As now we are looking at Charles Leclerc. Can he absolutely secure pole position for tomorrow's Italian Grand Prix? Let's see. As Leclerc begins his lap. He did finish first here in qualifying in 2019. Was a bit lucky towards the end because of the whole shenanigans at the end of that session. But let's see whether he can end up absolutely quickest because of pure pace and no controversy. As Leclerc through Curva Grande now. And Leclerc, let's see what he's doing for the first sector. He is, he's done a personal best, but it's not a purple first sector. Max Verstappen about to come to the first sector point. How is he doing? It is a improved first sector, but he's 2/10 of a second down on Sainz. That's a lot of time to be losing. I know Red Bull have more downforce on their, they're running more downforce, but that is a lot of time in the first sector to be losing. Charles Leclerc, though, 0.3 of a second up on Sainz through the first 2 sectors. And Charles Leclerc, I think, is on here. Maybe not, actually, because Max Verstappen has done a purple middle sector, a brilliant middle sector, 0.2 quicker almost than Carlos Sainz. As Carlos comes to the line, goes 1/10.5 quicker, and ends up, for the moment, in P1. Lando Norris goes P6. Charles Leclerc goes first with a 1:20.1. What a lap by Leclerc. But here comes Max Verstappen, who ends up only P2. So Charles Leclerc quickest in qualifying from Max Verstappen second. Carlos Sainz third. And then Sergio Perez a second down in 4th place. Lewis Hamilton ended up in P5 with George Russell 6th. Lando Norris ended up 7th. Ricciardo 8th with Gasly 9th. Alonso had his lap time deleted for track limit violations. So, your final finishing order of qualifying: Charles Leclerc first, Max Verstappen second, Carlos Sainz third, Sergio Perez 4th, Lewis Hamilton 5th, George Russell 6th, Norris 7th, Ricciardo 8th, Gasly 9th, Alonso 10th. What a qualifying session, by the way, McLaren have had. And as well, great for them. They don't have any grid penalties. Esteban Ocon finishing up in 11th, Bottas 12th, De Vries 13th, 14th Zhou Guanyu, 15th Tsunoda, 16th Latifi, 17th Vettel, 18th Stroll, 19th Magnussen, and 20th Mick Schumacher. That is your results for qualifying. And now, guys, we'll begin the reaction to that session. So, guys, let me know in the live chat, what do you think of that session? And who were the best drivers in qualifying today, in your opinion? What did you think of the fight for pole position there? And let me know, who is your driver of the day today? I'm going to go for Charles Leclerc. That lap was a special lap by Leclerc to get, 120.1 and to be quickest. That was a brilliant lap time from the Monegasque. But what I'm going to quickly do is just post the link out on Twitter to the stream a couple times, and then we'll get going with this reaction to qualifying. So just give me a second. Join us here for instant reaction to qualifying. And I'll just quickly post it on Twitter as well. But yeah, let me know in the chat again your best drivers of the day, your absolute driver of the day, and let me know as well, what do you think will happen in tomorrow's Grand Prix? Let me know in the chat. Come join us for instant reaction to qualifying at the Italian GP. Quickly get the link and the hashtags done as well. Yeah, good for Ferrari that in front of the home fans they gave them something to cheer about, and they will be starting officially on pole position for tomorrow's Italian Grand Prix at Monza. Let me just do a couple more hashtags and then we'll get going here. And let me get this done. There you go. So, in terms of the starting grid for tomorrow's race, let me just have a look, because I just saw Chris Medland actually tweet about it. According to Chris Medland, he makes the front of the grid. Leclerc for pole, Russell 2nd, Norris 3rd, Verstappen 4th, Ricciardo 5th, Gasly 6th, Alonso 7th, De Vries 8th. If that's true, then it'll be, that top 8, and then it'll be Zhou 9th, Latifi 10th, Vettel 11th, Stroll 12th, and then Ocon 13th, Perez 14th, Magnussen 15th, Schumacher 16th, Bottas will be 13th, then Magnussen 14th, Schumacher 15th, and then, the back of the grid, I'll try and sort that out later. But, for the top 10, I think that's what the top 10 will be. Leclerc for pole, Russell 2nd, Norris 3rd, Verstappen 4th, Ricciardo 5th, and then what was it? 6th Gasly, 7th Alonso, 8th De Vries, 9th Zhou, 10th Latifi. So 2 Williamses in the top 10 for the grid tomorrow. Make sure, guys, to join us for the race tomorrow. It's going to be definitely an exciting Grand Prix. There's no doubt about that. Let me look at the chat, see what you guys are having to say. Why hasn't Max got pole? I thought the Red Bull was the favourite. I don't know. I really don't know, to be honest. So, we'll have to see. We'll we'll have to look at the data. I mean, maybe Red Bull run a bit too much downforce with their car because of the straight line speed advantage they already have. Maybe that's why they ended up second and not first. But I still think Red Bull tomorrow will be winning the race, even though he's starting P5. Not P5, he'll probably be starting P4 with Verstappen. Because he'll pass Norris probably on the first lap, and then might have a bit of trouble with Russell for 2 or 3 laps, but then I think he'll overtake him pretty easily, and then he'll have his eyes set firmly on Leclerc. The thing is, though, Mercedes, I think, are going to be pretty quick tomorrow, and if you look at the race pace data from what do you call it? If you look at the race pace data from Friday, Mercedes were slower than Ferrari and Red Bull, but not by much. Only 2 or 3 tenths of a second in it. So, and we know Mercedes, how much they improve on a Sunday compared to a Saturday. And by the way, as McLaren for Race says, good to see you, by the way, in chat. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already, because we are almost on 100 likes. So make sure to smash that like button. How far is Sainz to Verstappen? I think the gap from Max to Sainz is about a tenth and a half. Something like that. Maybe Max is watching the odds and what's better, playing odds or paying odds for his fans tomorrow. Doubtful, but you never know. Let's find some other comments here. If Max takes the lead tomorrow, I think it will take 10 laps. There's Turbo. And Turbo also says, if you look at Verstappen's FP1 through FP3, looks like they were heavily focused on race pace, long runs, on full fuel. Jesus Christ, that's hard to say. On medium and hard tyres, confirmed by Peter Windsor. To be honest, not really a surprise, is it? Because he's, with the grid penalty he has, he may as well just set the car up for the race, because we know in qualifying he's going to be very, very quick. And like I said, even if he's starting maybe lower than 4th, because obviously the grid hasn't been absolutely confirmed yet, Max Verstappen will, I still think, win the race tomorrow, because Ferrari are Ferrari and Red Bull and Verstappen are what they are. And I think Max will be pretty quick tomorrow. So yeah, I still think Max Verstappen wins the race. And my prediction still is, I think it will be Max winning, Russell second, and then Leclerc third. That is my predicted top 3 for not for qualifying, for the race tomorrow. The reason I go with Russell in second is because because I think Mercedes are going to have the race pace to beat Ferrari tomorrow. And we know Ferrari are an absolute calamity, so I still think they'll end up beating them. So yeah, I think it'll be Verstappen winning, Russell second, Leclerc third, and then I'll go, Perez 4th, Hamilton 5th. My top 5. Let me know in the chat whether you agree or disagree. Give me your top 5 in the chat right now, and I'll read out your comments in the next few minutes. I'm probably, guys, going to stay on for the next, 10 minutes, probably. The reason only the next 10 minutes is because I am pretty tired. And, right. So, just looking at Twitter, see if there's any news in regards to who is going to be where on the grid. Can't see anything at the minute. Individual one says Hamilton will end up in 6th or 7th. I think 5th. I think Mercedes will have the race pace to come through and hold off Sainz behind. Even though Sainz will actually start ahead of Hamilton on the grid. Triban says, hey Rooks, what was the difference between Sainz and Verstappen? If you want to know what the difference was, actually he's just posted it in chat. Yeah, 10th of a second. Just as I thought it was. Labgris says, I wonder what 20 quid on Max for the win tomorrow will pay. Probably not that much, to be honest. McLaren F1 Racers, Chazza, what new fuck up will Ferrari think of, mate? Bonotto gets run over. Let's not quite go that far, but yeah, I don't trust them at all. So even though they're starting on pole, I don't think they're winning the race tomorrow. Let me look at some other comments quick and try and scroll up and read out some of the ones I may have missed. George Hyde says, questions have to be asked at Williams with Nick De Vries planting in Q2. For me, that makes him driver of the day. As well, yeah, I'd probably put him as being up there as one of the drivers of the day. I wouldn't put him as the driver of the day because I think Leclerc really pulled out a great lap there. But yeah, I think De Vries definitely is a shout. I think De Vries probably is the second driver of the day, so, second place in that type of voting. Did Verstappen make a mistake in the third sector? I don't think so. Don't think he did. Moa says, don't worry, Verstappen is just giving everyone hope until he completely penetrates through the field. We don't have much of the field to penetrate through, does he? Not as much as they did at Spa. FIA probably let Ferrari get pole in front of Tifosi. It's a business after all. Come on. Let's not get into that. Turbo says, Verstappen this year doesn't have many poles. Not nearly as many as last year. Seems like his race pace is better, plus Ferrari ship reliability and strategy has helped him also. Another thing that has helped in terms of the races is Mercedes not being up there fighting with Red Bull. Because, I mean, last season, Verstappen was, I think, the best driver on the grid last season. I think he deserved to win the championship overall compared to Hamilton. Obviously, it was really shit the way the championship ended with such a controversial ending, but just a wrong ending in terms of the rules. But, yeah, Verstappen was the best driver last season, but he was pushed. It's so incredibly hard to get that championship over the line. Labgura says that he thinks it'll be Verstappen, Perez, Russell, Leclerc, Hamilton for the top 5. Mr. Busybody. Ferrari is back. Glory days are back. Vamos Ferrari. Oh my. Brabham says I'm going to bed. I've been up for 21 hours. No problem, mate. To be honest, I've not had much sleep in the last, 28 hours. I've only had about 5 hours sleep in the last 28 hours. So, yeah. Don't blame you, to be honest. I will say, not just for you, Brabham, but anyone who is watching from Asia or that part of the world, your dedication is so, so impressive. So thank you guys for being as dedicated as you are, not just to tuning into Formula 1, but also to my streams as well. Because, being up at the times you have to be up at to watch, almost every race is quite mental. Thankfully, you've got the, for Brabham, also Nib, my co-commentator, we've got the Japanese Grand Prix coming up. In 5 weeks, I think, from now? And that obviously takes place at 6 a.m. The race starts UK time in 5 weeks from now, which will be 4, 5 p.m. in Australia, which is great for them. So at least they'll have that. McLaren F1 races Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton for the top 3. Turbo says last year was amazing. Reminded me of the Senna Prost 88-90 and PK Mansell 86-87. Waltz Chen says Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez for the top 3 for tomorrow's race. Not surprised really that all of you are predicting a Max Verstappen win, because I just don't think we can see anything different from happening. Because the thing is, if Leclerc and Ferrari were competent, let's say Verstappen still had very good pace. I think with Leclerc starting on pole and Verstappen starting a few positions back, we would probably still sit here and say, well, Ferrari are probably still going to win. But because Ferrari is such a calamity, you just don't trust them to win anything in a minute. I mean, the last Grand Prix, they won at Austria. They barely won it. And, were able to get the win just about before reliability issues knocked both cars out of the race. Silverstone, they almost, threw that away through a strategic failure. And then before that, you have to go back to the Australian Grand Prix before that for their last win. So yeah, it's just incredible how Ferrari, since the Australian Grand Prix, they've been just so bad, so bad. McLaren from Racers. Thanks, Chazza. My Team Mercedes are crap this year, but you healed the winners with hilarious banter, mate. No problem. Lucy, I think it is. There's Leclerc, Verstappen, Russell for the top 3. Stephen M says the slipstream puts pole at a disadvantage as well. Yeah, I mean, with the mixed up grid though, maybe not as much for Leclerc does it put him at a disadvantage. I mean, it will with Russell, who will be definitely competitive with Leclerc tomorrow. But the thing is, if Verstappen is able to get past Norris and whoever midfield driver sees is behind on the grid, if he gets ahead of them on the first lap, then yeah, he'll be able to get right into the slipstream and just follow the top 2 along and then eventually get past. Vinster says, you guys are the best. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow for the race. And yeah, make sure all you guys are around for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Less than 0 trusted Ferrari, says Astro Stevo, yeah. And I think the final comment I'll finish on is from Frank Triggs, who says, at least Ferrari win the best looking car. Yeah, if looks could win championships, Ferrari would have won the championship already in 2022. It is a beautiful car, but horrible team that runs that car, unfortunately. But guys, thank you for coming along today to qualifying and the qualifying watch along and all of the stuff we've been going through today on qualifying day. Thank you guys a lot for coming along. And again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe and come along to the live stream tomorrow for race day at Monza. I'll be live at 12 p.m. UK time all the way through till 5 p.m. From 12 to 1:30, we're doing a build-up to the race preview, basically. And then from 1:30 till 4 p.m. UK time with the race watch-along. The race starts again, 2 p.m. UK time. And then for an hour after the race finishes, it will be the race reaction. If you're watching still and you haven't smashed the like button, by the way, don't forget to smash that like button. And don't forget to share this video and channel everywhere you can. And also, you can follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. And don't forget to join my Discord server, link below in the description. But guys, until my race stream tomorrow, again, 12 p.m. UK time, make sure to be there for race day at Monza. Until then, guys, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.